Kasi ano ka?
Bisa mo.
Visit. Oh. Kunyari, may alam siya. Oh, kamusta na?
Ang pinakamayaman sa lahat.
Marami sila.
Wala ka na yung prato.
The session is now called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka masisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng
please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
Tita, pag naglalakad, kala mo sa passion. Laging posture yun. Bukas na meron tayong committee. Previous hour. Ayaw ba?
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I
Majority
move
Leader.
that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 220 members responded to the call.
With 220 members of the House responding to the call, the Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of journal of the previous session.
there is a motion to defer the approval of the journal of the previous session. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports. So move.
is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 8724, transferring to the BJMP the management, supervision, and control of provincial and sub-provincial jails by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8725, granting additional benefits and privileges to PWDs by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 8726, to support the strengthening of the local swine industry, creating the Swine Competitiveness Enhancement Fund by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8727, amending the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8728, amending Section 6 of RA number 10931, the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, by providing for relief from certain eligibilities to free tertiary education and free TVET beneficiaries affected by national or local emergencies, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8729, to further strengthen the Anti-Money Laundering Act, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 8730, providing for aviation noise management and reduction in residential areas, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8731, to improve the quality of beaches and coastal recreation water, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 8732, instituting a policy on bloodborne viral hepatitis testing and screening, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8733, ensuring the welfare and protection of BPO workers in the Philippines, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8734, to require the PhilVox and the Pag-asa to establish the Natural Calamities Hazard Mitigation Program, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8735, requiring government agencies and non-government agencies to register all offenders convicted of any act involving child abuse with the Department of Justice, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8736, to reduce and prevent childhood obesity, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8737, criminalizing the failure of owners and lessors of residential and commercial buildings to comply with national and local fire safety laws, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8738, granting disaster service volunteers paid leave during periods of disasters, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8739, to provide eating disorder awareness, prevention, and education among elementary, secondary, and college students, their parents, and guardians, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8740, to include in the curricula of all public and private schools, colleges, and universities a comprehensive course on ethics and values formation, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8741, providing for fair debt collection practices and requiring debt collectors to observe such practices, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 8742, prohibiting discrimination in the payment of wages on account of sex, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8743, to protect children from foods that pose a significant choking hazard, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 8744, requiring dentists, dental hygienists, and dental technologists to keep patient dental records, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 8745, providing for free communication by prohibiting censorship in all forms of media that interferes with the rights of free speech, free press, and free expression, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 8746, imposing civil penalties on unreasonable price increases for crude oil, residual fuel oil, or refined petroleum products, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8747, to establish the therapeutic equivalence requirements for generic drugs, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8748, to mandate a comprehensive research for the prevention, control, and medical management of hepatitis C virus infection, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8749, amending the Penal Code, Articles 171 and 172, imposing stiffer penalties for the falsification of torrents certificates of title, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8750, providing for a 5-year validity period for the professional identification cards of all professionals under the Professional Regulation Commission, by Representative Daza.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 8751, to provide assistance for startup cost of community programs to prevent residential lead-based poisoning in children, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 8752, establishing the policy towards the least displacement of informal settler families through on-site, in-city, and near-city resettlement strategies pursuant to the People's Plan and mandating LGUs to provide basic services and livelihood components in resettlement sites, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 8753, establishing a welfare and social assistance program to families left behind by overseas Filipino workers, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 8754, amending the Philippine Lemon Law, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 8755, implementing a lifeline rate for internet services, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 8756, providing that all educational institutions, whether public or private, shall hold mandatory consultation with students, parents, or guardians, alumni, teachers, and other non-teaching personnel associations before increasing and/or adding miscellaneous fees, other fees, and paid services, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 8757, creating the position of the Municipal General Services Officer in Municipal Governments, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 8758, strengthening the National Housing Authority, extending its corporate term, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 8759, amending the Go Negosyo Act by empowering negosyo centers to act as rural export centers and providing export-related information and services to rural micro, small, and medium enterprises, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development,
House Bill 8760, amending the Penal Code, Section 248, to define and penalize the crime of murder committed under extraordinary circumstances, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 8761, to prevent luxurious conditions in prisons, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 8762, creating the Philippine Boxing and Combat Sports Commission, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, and the Committee on Games and Amusements,
House Bill 8763, institutionalizing the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 8764, identifying the Philippine maritime features of the West Philippine Sea, defining their respective applicable baselines, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea,
House Bill 8765, amending the Penal Code, Article 310, to increase the penalties in certain instances of qualified theft, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 8766, amending the Civil Code of the Philippines, Article 1032, on unworthiness to succeed, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 8767, establishing the Office of Research on Women's Health, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 8768, providing for restrictions on garnishment of compensation due for personal services, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 8769, to provide grants to LGUs for supervised visitation centers, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 8770, to improve the safety of non-motorized transportation, including pedestrian and bicycle safety in the vicinity of schools, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 8771, providing for the prevention and treatment of drug and alcohol abuse among high-risk youth, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 8772, mandating the national and local governments to purchase the produce of local farmers or producers for relief and school feeding programs, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 8773, to provide for uniform warnings on personal protective equipment for occupational use, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 8774, to provide training on violence prevention to professionals who work with children, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 8775, to establish a national program that will provide pregnant women with alternatives to abortion, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
Resolutions. House Resolution 1157, the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation on the frequent and incessant power outages in the province of Basilan in relation to the operations and management of Basilan Electric Cooperative, by Representative Hataman.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1158, commending Ms. Angeline Colonia and Ms. Alexandra Ann Diaz, homegrown weightlifters of Zamboanga City, for winning gold in various events in the 2023 Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championships, which was held from July 28 to August 5, 2023 in New Delhi, India, by Representative Olaso.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Resolution 1159, investigating the Egay boat disaster and the Philippine Coast Guard, by Representative Barzaga.
to the Committee on Rules,
Communications. Letters dated May 8 and June 7, 2023 of the BIR Commissioner submitting to the House of Representatives copies of their consolidated monthly report of disbursements for the months of April and May 2023.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated May 18, 2023 of the PSA Undersecretary, National Statistician and Civil Registrar General, transmitting to the House a copy of their 2022 Community-Based Statistics Service Annual Accomplishment Report.
to the Committee on Population and Family Relations,
Various letters and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated June 19, 2023 of the Audit Team Leader, COA Regional Office 3, House, a copy of their management letter on the compliance audit on the revised implementing rules and regulations of RA 9184 of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority for the year ending December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Letter dated June 23, 2023 of the COA State Auditor 3, Audit Team Leader, Team R5-02, NGS State Universities and Colleges, furnishing the House with a copy of their annual audit report on the Camarines Norte State College, Dait Camarines Norte, for the year ending December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Letter dated June 27, 2023 of the Dole OIC Executive Director, Employees Compensation Commission, furnishing the House with a copy of their ECC 2022 annual report.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
Letter dated June 30, 2023 of the State Auditor 3, Audit Team Leader, Team RO6-09, NGS State Universities and Colleges, and other NGS standalone agencies, COA Regional Office 6, furnishing the House a copy of their annual audit report on the Central Philippine State University for the year ending December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Letter dated July 4, 2023 of the Bureau of Immigration Commissioners submitting to the House a copy of their second quarter collection report of the express lane fee for FY 2023, which was posted on their website.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated July 4, 2023 of Career Executive Service Board, Executive Director, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly physical report of operation as of June 30, 2023.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations,
Letter dated July 6, 2023 of the State Auditor 3, Audit Team Leader, Audit Team 03, National Government Sector, State Universities and Colleges, COA Regional Office 5, transmitting to the House a copy of their annual audit report on the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Pili Camarines Sur, for the year ending December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Letter dated July 6, 2023 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, transmitting to the House certain financial reports for the month of June 2023.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated July 6, 2023 of the co-chairpersons of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, submitting to the House a copy of their biannual report for January to June 2023.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
Letter dated July 6, 2023 from the R9-02 CGSA, Water Districts and other CGS standalone agencies, COA Regional Office 9, transmitting to the House copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain water districts.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Letter dated July 6, 2023 of the Regional Director, COA Regional Office 1, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain state universities.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Letter dated July 7, 2023 of the DBM Secretary, submitting to the House copies of certain reports on the status of the FY 2022 budget, programs, releases, obligations, disbursements, and balances as of December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Annual audit reports on the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority for the years ending December 31, 2021 and December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Consolidated annual audit reports on the Philippine Carabao Center and on the Philippine Rice Research Institute for the year ending December 31, 2022.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain water districts.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Annual audit reports on certain state universities and colleges.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Report of the National Electrification Administration, attested by the Deputy Administrator, Corporate Resource and Financial Services, on the receipt and utilization of Disaster Risk and Reduction Management Fund sourced from the General Appropriations Act for the month ending June 30, 2023.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Certification letter issued on March 13, 2023 by the District Engineer, District Engineering Office, Region 10, Camiguin, DPWH, certifying that they have validated the school buildings affected by typhoon calamity with a joint inspection of DepEd Division of Camiguin Educational Facility staff and DPWH engineers.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
Documents received on July 5, 2023 from the International Court Clearance, International Court Committee, informing the House on the genuine, real remnants indigenous peoples in Calagan, Caraga Region, Region 13, Maisya, Mindanao, Ophir, Maharlikans, and Archipelago, Philippines.
to the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous People,
2022 Annual Audit Report on the Bicol University.
to the Committee on Public Accounts,
Subpoena ducis tecum. Pursuant to Section 154, Rule 24 of the Rules of the House, transmitting the subpoena ducis tecum dated July 4, 2023, issued by the Office of the Ombudsman regarding OMB-C-DEC-22-0307.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the visitors of Deputy Speaker Honorable Christine Singson Mihan of the representative of the 2nd District of Ilocos Sur, the visitors from the Federated Farmers Association of Burgos, Ilocos Sur. We have the Chairman, Wilfredo Escobar, Vice Chairman Jojo Aizon, Vice NGO Chairman Francisco Domingo, Secretary Jackson Agabas, Assistant Secretary Joan Daquel, Treasurers Cristina Abulencia and Glenn Directo, Auditors Inardito de Gracia, Rogelio Vilog, Eugenio Dagdag, Business Managers Elmer Basconcillo and Gilbert Bernas.
we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Christine Singson Mihan, the Federated Farmers Association of Burgos, Ilocos Sur. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, may we also recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the visitors and guests of Representative Harris Christopher Ongchuan of the 2nd District Northern Samar. They are visitors from the Philippine Sports Commission. We have the PSC Chairman, Honorable Richard Bachman, PSC Executive Director, Mr. Paulo Francisco Tatad, PSC Administrative Staff, Ms. May Angeli Razo.
we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Harris Christopher Ongchuan from the 2nd District of Northern Samar, the Chairman of the Philippine Sports Commission, Honorable Richard Bachman, Sir, Mr. Paulo Francisco Tatad, Executive Director of PSC, and Ms. May Angeli Razo also from the Philippine Sports Commission. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Representative Christine Alexi Tutor. They are from the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation. We have Michael Gabillo and Arthur Benedict King.
We would like to acknowledge our guests from the Committee of Civil Service on Civil Service and Professional Regulation. The guests, Michael Gabillo, Arthur Benedict King. They are guests of Representative Christine Alexi Tutor. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I move that you open the privilege hour.
There is a motion to open the privilege hour. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the Chair declares the privilege hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Rosana Ria V. Vergara of the 3rd District of Nueva Ecija to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Rosana Ria Vergara of the 3rd District of Nueva Ecija is hereby recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, esteemed guests, my fellow Filipinos. Today in the news, it was reported that our Speaker, the Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, secured a commitment from Vietnam to provide our country stable and affordable rice during the coming months. While this is most welcome news, we still cannot deny that speculations over a possible rice shortage caused by El Nino will significantly influence the price of rice. Just yesterday, in the front page of the Philippine Star, it was reported that the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated, President Mr. Danilo Fausto, stated that the retail price of rice will have a 4 pesos per kilo increase until the mid-September palay harvest, and that the upward trend in the retail price of grains can be attributed to the high cost of imported rice, particularly in Vietnam, which supplies 90% of the Philippines' rice imports. Mr. Fausto also said that as of now, the farmers do not have palay stocks and the supply is in the hands of the commercial traders. This almost feels like déjà vu, but instead of onions, it will be rice. These traders and businessmen must not be allowed to manipulate and control our rice industry. Kung matatandaan po ninyo, itong nakaraang Disyembre 2022 lamang, naging paksa ng international news ang ating bansa dahil ang retail price ng sibuyas sa ating mga palengke ay umabot halos sa 800 pesos kada kilo. Di hamak na mas mahal sa manok, baboy at baka. Noong Marso 2023, ang Committee on Agriculture ay nag-imbestiga upang alamin ang dahilan ng pagtaas ng presyo. Bago isagawa ang pagdinig noong Mayo 2022 sa regular na meeting ng Committee on Agriculture, ang DA ay nagulat na mayroong sapat na supply ng sibuyas. Gayunpaman, makalipas ang 3 buwan, ang presyo ng sibuyas ay nagsimula ng tumaas at ng dahilan di umano ay ang kakulangan ng supply. Noong Disyembre, binigyan diin ni DA Deputy Spokesperson Rex Esto Perez na mayroong sapat na supply na matutugunan ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan hanggang sa Kapaskuhan. Kataka-taka, dahil noong mga panahon na yon, ang halaga ng sibuyas umaabot na sa halos 60 daang piso. Ayon sa press release ni Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, nagkaroon ng 39% increase sa demand para sa sibuyas noong 2022 na mahigit 35% ang itinaas kumpara sa mga nakaraang 10 taon. Lumalabas na ang mga hoarders, smugglers, unscrupulous businessmen at mga incompetent government officials ang responsable sa hindi makatwiran na pagtaas ng halaga ng red onion sa 800 pesos per kilo. Samantalang, ang farm gate price noon ay 30 to 35 pesos lamang at ang sibuyas galing sa mga cold storage ay umabot lamang sa 100 to 150 pesos. May halos 600% na patong pagbinenta sa pamilihan. Binanggit mismo ng ating mahal na Pangulo ang mga bagay na ito sa kanyang nakaraang SONA at sinabi, isa sa mga dahilan ng pagtaas ng presyo ay ang mga smugglers, mga hoarders at mga nagmamanipula ng presyo ng produktong agrikultural. Ngayon, tayo ay nahaharap sa magkasing tulad na sitwasyon, subalit higit na kritikal, seryoso at maaapektuhan ang buong sambayanan dahil para sa ating mga Pilipino, rice is life, life is rice. We must learn from our recent experience with onions. We cannot allow the same things to happen to our rice industry. If we fail to act, or if we act too late, the same unscrupulous individuals will use the same playbook to manipulate prices and make another killing at the cost of Filipinos' suffering. They will use the inevitable El Niño season and the global rice shortage as justifications to manipulate the supply and the price of rice, just like they did with the onion industry last year. We cannot allow this to happen, Mr. Speaker. Just recently, on June 28, 2023, DA USEC Leocadio Sebastian said that the rice supply is enough to meet the Filipinos' food requirements in the third quarter of 2023. USEC Sebastian was quoted by the Inquirer stating that by the end of June, the stock available will be good for more than 2 months, in addition to the incoming supply from the new harvest and import arrivals in the coming months. However, last August 1, the Philippine Daily Inquirer reported that the NFA rice stockpile is only good for 2 days, falling short of the minimum inventory requirement to help the Philippines in case of calamities. A safe buffer stock based on daily consumption should last 9 days. And while I understand that the NFA stock is only a portion of the country's rice supply and the rest is held by the private sector, this is extremely worrying. Natatandaan ko nung isinasabatas ang Rice Tarification Law noong 2019, ang mga kartel na ito ang nagsamantala sa mga magsasakang Pilipino. Sa pamamagitan ng pagbabanta at panlilinlang sa ating mga magsasaka, nadadagsa ang murang halaga ng bigas sa mga pamilihan dahil sa pag-alis ng QR or quantitative restrictions sa rice imports at pagpasok ng mga imported rice, ang mga kartel ay nagawang bilhin ang mga palay sa napakababang halaga na 7 pesos per kilo. Napilitan ang mga magsasaka na ibenta ang kanilang mga ani ng palugi. Maari sana itong maiwasan kahit na pumasok ang mga imported rice sa ating bansa, ang batas ay may pagbabantay na sisigurahin ng ating mga magsasaka ay matutulungan ng buwis na ipinapataw sa imported rice. 10 bilyong piso na nakalaan para sa ating mga magsasaka bawat taon sa Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund or RCEF. Parang naririnig ko na ang mga sagot sa bawat tanong kapag nagsagawa ng investigasyon sa nakaambang krisis sa bigas. Ang mga pinagsama-samang dahilan tulad ng El Niño, climate change, export ban ng bigas mula sa India, giyera sa Ukraine at ang pabago-bagong halaga ng langis at pataba. Bagaman ang mga ito ay walang dudang karagdagang kadahilanan, tulad din ng ibang bansa kung saan ang bigas ay pangunahing pangangailangan, ang sitwasyon sa Pilipinas ay maituturing na higit na maluba dahil sa maling gawain ng mga smugglers, hoarders, traders, kasama na dito ang kakulangan sa akmang pagkilos ng mga opisyal ng pamahalaan. Bilang tugon, ang ating Pangulo ay nagbigay na ng tagubilin sa Department of Agriculture upang makipag-ugnayan sa mga lokal na pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng Kadiwa program. I join President Bongbong Marcos and call on the officials of the Department of Agriculture to closely monitor, verify, and assess the country's rice stock on a regular basis, either weekly or daily even, similar to the daily COVID reports of DOH at the height of COVID-19. During the most recent harvest season, Mr. Speaker, May to June of 2023, The average price of palay ranged from 18 to 19 pesos for fresh and 22 pesos to 25 for dry. Based on this data, the selling price of locally sourced rice must not breach 45 pesos per kilo. Anything beyond this amount can be considered price gouging. I also call on the Department of Trade and Industry to put in place price ceilings for basic commodities, specifically for rice, before we feel the brunt of El Nino. Climate change will continue to have a negative impact on our country's food security, especially our agricultural sector. These disruptions to our rice productivity require the government to act expeditiously to ensure we have ample supply. In the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report 2023, a global food supply crisis was ranked as the fourth most severe risk for 2023 and cites the continuing war in Ukraine, the spike in fertilizer prices, and the impact of extreme weather on food production. Other countries, recognizing the extreme effect of the weather, have strengthened their existing policies to address this. The United States of America has implemented post-disaster supply chain management to address the shock of disruptions caused by weather disturbances. Their federal crop insurance program has the largest allocated expenditure in their agricultural budget. Just last week, India decided to ban exports of non-basmati white rice, its largest rice export category, to ease domestic prices that climbed after rains caused significant crop damage. India accounts for more than 40% of world rice exports, and this ban will definitely impact the global supply of rice. It is time for us to consider these kinds of policies to protect our farmers and ultimately the Filipino people, more so because our situation is made so much worse by the unconscionable actions of the cartel hoarders. Dito sa ating bansa, sa ilalim ng Republic Act 8175, meron po tayong Philippine Crop Insurance Program. Subalit ang nasabing crop insurance ay napakikinabangan lamang ng mga self-financed farmers at mga magsasaka na may kakayanang mangutang puhunan sa tatanim gamit ang supervised credit programs ng gobyerno. Panahon na upang amyendahan ang PCIC Charter upang ito ay mas makatugon sa pangangailangan ng lahat ng magsasaka at hindi lamang sa mga magsasaka na may kakayanang mangutang sa bangko na pag-aari ng pamahalan. Nais kong bigyang pugay ang El Nino Mitigation Plan ng DA na kasalukuyang ipinapatupad sa probinsya ng Albay. Sana ay tularan ito ng iba't ibang probinsya, lalo na ang mga bayan na mataas ang produksyon ng palay sa ilalim ng patnubay ng regional DA offices. Higit sa lahat, upang maproteksyonan ang mga mamimiling Pilipino, ang Department of Agriculture, Department of Trade and Industries, Bureau of Customs, at lahat ng mga kaugnay na ahensya ng pamahalan ay nararapat na bumuo ng task force upang tiyakin na wala ng hoarding, wala ng price manipulation, at tulad ng India, wala na dapat exportation ng mga lokal na aning bigas sa ibang bansa sa mga darating na buwan. Kailangan nating pangalagaan ang ating food security. Huwag nating hayaan ang mga gawain ng mga mapang-abusong government officials, mapagsamantalang mga traders at mga cartel na ibagsak ang seguridad sa bigas ng ating bansa. The Kidapawan Massacre, which was caused by the El Nino of 2015, must not happen again. As Winston Churchill said, those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Let us not repeat the massacre. Let us not repeat the onion fiasco. We must learn from history so we can protect our most socially sensitive crop. What we do now will ensure the well-being, security, and peace of mind of our country's greatest resource, our people. What we do now will determine the resiliency of our nation to face the effects of climate change. Let us all work together for the good of our people. Hinihikayat ko ang buong kapulungan na samahan po ako. Let us file a resolution to request from the DA to prepare a comprehensive report on the actual rice inventory, including the acquisition costs from farmers, and the preparations they are undertaking to ensure that the price and supply of rice are stable, especially during the El Nino season. Given the reality of climate change, it is vital that we are proactive in dealing with the challenges it presents and its impact on our country's food security and our country's future. Sabi po ng ating Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, dumating na po ang bagong Pilipinas. Magtulungan po tayo sa ikabubuti ng ating bagong Pilipinas na handa tayong harapin ang darating ng mga pagsubok dulot ng El Nino. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Rosana Ria V. Vergara be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas. We have visitors from the municipality of Tingloy, Batangas. We have today Sangguniang Bayan members, Honorable Andres Manalo, Honorable Rick Jason Prepose, Honorable Romeo Macarandang, Honorable Marinel de Chavez, and Honorable Raimundo Atienza. We also have barangay captains, Honorable Victoria M. Nubla, Honorable sa Senado M. Binay, Honorable Virgilio Alfonso C. Sagid, Honorable Maximino B. Kuasay, Honorable Romelito B. Caguete, Honorable Francisco E. Sandoval, Honorable John B. Villanueva, Honorable Ponciano A. Datingginoo, Honorable Betty B. Bagos, Honorable Gaudencio M. Belbes, and Honorable Paulita C. Marquez.
We would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Gervil Jinke Beatrix Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas. Our visitors from the municipality of Tingloy, Batangas, from the Sangguniang Bayan, the members of the Sangguniang Bayan, and the barangay captains of the municipality of Tingloy, Batangas. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bernadette B.H. Herrera of the Bagong Henerasyon Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Bernadette B.H. Herrera of Bagong Henerasyon Party List is hereby recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues and esteemed guests, my fellow Filipinos, good afternoon. Today, I rise before this esteemed assembly to address a matter of utmost importance that deeply concerns the welfare and progress of our nation and its people. I wish to shed light on the current state of the PNR South Long Haul Project, or SLH, which holds great promise for our constituents and our country's development. The PNR South Long Haul Project, spanning an impressive route length of 557 kilometers, comprising of 33 stations, is a critical endeavor that seeks to connect the National Capital Region, Region 4A, and Region 5, with depots at San Pablo, Laguna, and Daraga, Albay. This transformative railway system is poised to unlock new economic opportunities and foster closer ties among our regions. As we envision a more connected and efficient nation, the SLH project is designed to operate with a total of 9 train sets. This advanced infrastructure promises to reduce the arduous travel time from Sucat to Matnog from 12 hours to a mere 6 hours, making a significant impact on the lives of countless commuters and traders alike. The SLH project's immense capacity to accommodate 30,000 passengers per day in its inaugural year of full operations underscores its potential to ease the burden of congestion and provide a reliable and sustainable mode of Transportation. In this regard, it may be recalled that on November 17, 2018, please take note, 2018, the 14.38 billion peso project management consultancy was awarded to China Railway Design Corporation and Guangzhou Wanan Construction Supervision Company Limited Consortium. And the notice to proceed was issued on August 10, 2020. Again, August 10, 2020, after the loan for the said contract became effective. Thereafter, the Design and Build Contract Package 1 or DB01 with a contract price of 141.792 billion pesos was awarded to a consortium of Chinese companies on January 17, 2022. However, despite having a 14.38 billion peso project management consultancy contract and an awarded design and construction contract, it is with deep concern that I must inform this honorable body that the loan from China to finance the design and construction of this ambitious venture is not yet signed and effective. After almost 5 years since the management consultancy contract was awarded, what do the Filipino people have to show for this? Nothing. After we complied with the requirements set forth by the Chinese government for the loan for this project, did we then execute a formal and signed loan agreement? Unfortunately, as of this time, we have not. Consequently, we filed a second loan application on December 27, 2022 for the design and construction contract after our first loan application on May 31, 2022. But what progress has there been since the second loan application? Again, nothing. Only applications, no official loan agreement has been executed. Despite our compliance, no funding. Such delays in funding have already caused setbacks in the project's timeline, putting the aspirations of our people on hold. The citizens who eagerly anticipate the project's completion are left waiting, while our nation yearns for the socio-economic benefits it can bring. It is important that this chamber must note that although the loan for the project management consultant, or PMC, was signed on August 29, 2019, the PMC is just a piece of the SLH project. The bigger piece is the design and construction contract, which until now, 7 months after the reapplied the loan, we are still waiting for a response. Since the engagement of the project management consultant, right-of-way and site acquisitions, or ROWSA, has already started. Affected local government units have been very supportive and cooperative in fast-tracking the ROWSA activities. However, this effort of the Department of Transportation, PNR, and LGUs will all go to waste if there will be no loan for the design and construction contract. Thus, I urge this esteemed assembly to join me in calling for urgent and transparent discussions with relevant authorities to address the issues impeding the continuation of this project. Our people through this august chamber must be informed of all the relevant circumstances and information so that we may make the appropriate call, whether to call for the immediate actions necessary for the engagement of the loan we were promised, or for the government to look for other opportunities in seeking funding elsewhere. As representatives of the people, we must be able to intelligently weigh our options in making the appropriate recommendations to proper government agencies or even to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Philippines. We must uphold our commitment to serve the best interests of our constituents and ensure the timely realization of this crucial infrastructure. After all, the PNR South Long Haul project is not just a railway system. It is a lifeline for progress, an opportunity for growth, and a testament to the power of unity. Let us stand united in our pursuit of the betterment of our beloved nation and take the necessary steps to secure the future we all aspire to see. Mr. Speaker, after this privileged speech, I'll also be filing a resolution of investigation so that we could really get to the bottom of this. Sayang naman po yung PNR South Long Haul natin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may we find the wisdom and determination to move forward in the service of our people and the prosperity of our great nation. Together, let us empower lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a 1-minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Yes, books.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel H. Bordado for his interpellation.
The Honorable Bordado is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just a bit stunned by the pronouncements made by the Honorable Congresswoman Herrera regarding the railway project. You were saying, Madam Congresswoman, that after 5 years, nothing virtually happened with that particular project.
Mr. Speaker, through you, wala po.
I am from Region 5, Mr. Speaker. And in 2018, we had a series of meetings with the Philippine National Railways, and the PNR was assuring us that everything is now under control, in quotation marks. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, Madam Congresswoman, this did not happen.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, wala pong nangyari. Mula po nung napirmahan noong November 17, 2018, yung 14.38 billion project management consultancy, wala pong nangyari. 5 years later, zero.
So, ano ang gagawin natin ngayon?
Kaya, Mr. Speaker, kaya ko po ito nilalabas dahil either ano ba ang balak natin, would we wait until pumuti po ang uwak o we do something about it already para magkaroon naman ng katuparan ang ating PNR South Long Haul, Mr. Speaker. Kaya I really urge this August Chamber, sana po after ng privilege speech na to, magkaroon na po ng hearing with regards to this so that we can call on the OTR, PNR, para sagutin po nila yung mga tanong. Ang masama pa po nito, kahit po yung mga LGUs natin, binilisan yung mga road right-of-way, pero hindi naman po nagagamit dahil wala hong nangyari sa proyektong ito.
Yeah, precisely, Mr. Speaker. Tama po ang sinabi ni Congresswoman Herrera na kailangan gumawa tayo ng paraan upang maresolba ang problema pong ito. Ang mga naninirahan po sa Region 5, sa Bicol Region, ay nakadepende po dito sa project na ito. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, mangyari po ang sinasabi ni Congresswoman Herrera. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Representative Bernadette B.H. Herrera and its interpellation to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the Honorable Representative Franz L. Castro be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Representative Franz L. Castro from ACT Teachers Party List is now recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, sa ating mga kamambabatas at sa ating mga kababayan. Agosto, buwan ng wika. Hindi lamang dapat tuwing buwan ng wikang pambansa ang ating aktibong pakikilahok sa pagpapahalaga sa Filipino at mga katutubong wika ng Pilipinas. Marapat na itaguyod ang wikang Filipino at mga katutubong wika ng Pilipinas sa lahat ng pagkakataon. Hindi lamang tuwing buwan ng Agosto. Patuloy na gamitin at palawakin ang sakop ng Filipino bilang wikang pambansa sa pamamagitan ng pagsasagawa ng aktibong programa hinggil sa Filipino. Gawing prioridad ang Filipino bilang wika ng pagkatuto, intelektualisasyon at pagbuo ng lokal na kaalamang bayan. Patuloy na pag-aralan at siliksikin ang pagiging epektibo ng mother tongue sa pagkatuto ng ating mga mag-aaral sa primaryang edukasyon. Patuloy na ituro bilang asignatura ang Filipino sa lahat ng antas. Gawing required na general education sa kolehiyo kasabay ng pag-aaral ng panitikan ng Pilipinas. Ang wika ay ideolohiya. Maaari itong gamitin upang panatilihin ang status quo ng ating lipunan. Kaya nitong kontrolin ang kaisipan ng ating mga mamamayan. Hindi maitatanggi na sa ngayon na patuloy ang dominasyon ng wikang Ingles sa sistema ng edukasyon, maging sa mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Ang tunay na pagsagip sa katutubong wika ay mismong pagsagip sa mga komunidad ng ating mga katutubo. Patuloy dapat nating protektahan ang kanilang mga yutang kabilin o yung mga lupang ninuno na biktima ng militarisasyon, pagkasira ng mga bundok dahil sa malawakang pagmimina at pagkakalbo ng mga kabundukan dahil sa iligal na pagtutroso. Nangunguna ang Department of Education ngayon sa pagkakaroon ng pinakamalaking budget sa ngayon. Marapat itong ilaan sa pagkakaroon ng maayos na mga paaralan, paggawa ng mga epektibong textbook sa Filipino upang maisakatuparan ang intelektualisasyon nito. Paano magiging epektibo ang Filipino bilang wika ng pagkatuto kung marami pa rin sa ating mga paaralan ang walang maayos na pasilidad? Bulok ang mga classroom, nagsisiksika ng mga estudyante, walang maayos na mga silid-aralan. Higit sa lahat, hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay mababa ang sahod ng ating mga guro. Hindi lamang mga guro sa Filipino, kundi maging ng iba pang mga asignatura. Kaya huwag nang gamitin pa ang buwan ng wika upang itago ang tunay na kalagayan ng ating edukasyon na urong, nauhuli at nais maging lunsaran ng agenda ng pamahalaan na baluktutin ang kasaysayan. Ang tunay na pagdiriwang ng wikang pambansa ay pagkilala sa halaga ng wika upang patuloy na maging kritikal ang mamamayang Filipino. Subalit sa kasamaang palad, Ginoong Speaker, pinanatili ng ating pamahalaan ng edukasyon bilang pribilehiyo at hindi isang karapatan kung kaya't marami pa rin yung mga kababayan na nanatiling mangmang. Gamitin natin ang buwan ng wika upang maging instrumento ng pagkatuto hinggil sa tunay na kalagayan ng ating bayan. Muli, magandang araw at mabuhay ang wikang Pilipino, ang lahat ng mga wika ng rehiyon at mga katutubong wika.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion, as stated, to refer the privileged speech. Is there any objection? Here is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bonifacio L. Bosita for his interpellation, for his privilege hour.
The Honorable Representative Bonifacio L. Bosita of One Rider Party List is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa ating mga kapwa public servants at sa ating mga kababayan, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, tayong lahat at ang iba pa na mga kapwa natin public servants ay nanunungkulan na may iisang layunin lamang, ang maglingkod para sa bayan. Bilang isang kasapi ng House of Representatives, 19th Congress, at representative ng One Rider Party List, kasama si Honorable Representative Attorney Ramon Rodriguez Gutierrez, may responsibilidad po kami na gampanan ang aming sinumpang tungkulin, hindi lamang para sa hanay ng mga motorista, kundi para sa ating bayan. Mr. Speaker, katulad po ng nabanggit ko noon pa, retired police officer po ako at mahal ko ang PNP. Mahigit 31 years po ako sa military and police service. Ang aking ipapahayag ngayon ay walang intensyon na kondenahin ang PNP na aking pinanggalingan dahil hindi naman po ako makakarating sa Kongreso kung hindi ako naging kasapi nito. Wala din po akong intensyon na kondenahin ang sinumang kasapi ng PNP dahil naniniwala ako na mga biktima rin sila ng matagal ng sistema na aking nasaksihan mula noong ako ay tenyente pa. Hindi ko rin po intensyon na hikayatin ang ating mga kasama sa Kongreso para alamin ang mga maaring nagkasala dito sa aking ipapahayag dahil maraming taon na po ang mga nakalipas. Masakit sabihin, Mr. Speaker, pero katotohanan po, hindi na kayang panugutin pa ang mga maaring nagkasala sa problema na aking ipapahayag dahil ang iba sa kanila ay mga retirado na at ang iba naman ay mga namayapa na. Dagdag pa dito, Mr. Speaker, kung hahangarin pa natin na panagutin ang mga nagkasala, wala tayong mararating matatali lamang tayo at hindi uusad para solusyonan ang malaking problema na aking ipapahayag. Mr. Speaker, bilang Pilipino at public servant, ang layunin ko lamang po sa aking ipapahayag ay para ipaalam sa inyo at sa ating mga kasamang mambabatas ang malaking problema na lalong nagpapahirap at sumisira sa buhay at kinabukasan ng libo-libong Pilipino na kung hindi natin ito pipigilan, libo-libo ang napapadagdag dito taon-taon. Base po sa datos na ating nakalap, sa loob ng 5 taon mula 2018 hanggang 2022, ang PNP ay nakapagtala ng 258,969 illegal drug cases na isinampa sa prosecutors. Noong taon ng 2018, mayroon silang naitala na 51,097 illegal drug cases. At noong 2019, 58,509 illegal drug cases. 2020, 50,113 illegal drug cases. 2021, 51,203 illegal drug cases. At noong 2022, 48,047 illegal drug cases. Sa mga illegal drug cases po na inaakyat ng PNP sa prosecutors, 1,000 dismissed cases for 2018, 876 dismissed cases for 2019, 495 dismissed cases for 2020, 483 dismissed cases for 2021, and 231 dismissed cases naman po for 2022. Ito po ay may kabuang bilang na 3,085 dismissed illegal drug cases. Sa illegal drug cases naman po na iniakyat sa korte, 1,709 dismissed cases for 2018, 1,164 dismissed cases for 2019, 943 dismissed cases for 2020, 1,059 dismissed cases for 2021, and 579 dismissed cases for 2022. Ito naman po ay may kabuang bilang na 5,454 dismissed illegal drug cases. Sa kabuang bilang ng mga dismissed illegal drug cases na inakyat sa prosecutors at mga korte, ito po ay may kabuang bilang na 8,539 cases. Base rin naman po sa datos na nakalap natin, tinatayang humigit kumulang 12,000 suspects ang napawalang sala ng prosecutors at ng mga korte. Base rin po ito sa datos na tinatayang 1 hanggang 2 suspects bawat kaso. Ang kabuang bilang po na 8,539 dismissed illegal drug cases ay kulang na kulang pa at hindi kompleto dahil may malaking bilang pa ng mga kaso ang hindi pa nalilitis at nadidiskusyonan ng korte nang ginawa ang datos na ating nakalap. Dahil din po dito, Mr. Speaker, hindi natin masabi ang conviction rate ng mga illegal drug cases na isinampa ng PNP. Base naman po sa datos ng Department of Justice, DOJ, na ating nakalap mula 2016 hanggang July 2022, may naitala silang kaso na may kabuoang bilang na 291,393. At dito po ay mayroong 62,061 lamang ang mga kaso na napatawan ng parusa ang mga akusado. 21% lamang po ang conviction rate dito. Ibig sabihin po, Mr. Speaker, sa bawat 100 kaso sa illegal drug cases, tinatayang 21 lamang ang napapatunayan nagkasala, at tinatayang 79 lamang ang napapawalang sala. Mr. Speaker, malinaw na malinaw po na base sa datos ng PNP at datos ng DOJ sa mga illegal drug cases, libo-libong Pilipino ang nasasakripisyo ang buhay at kalayaan, ang umiiyak at nagkikimkim ng galit sa mga kinaukulan dahil sa kanilang mga dinadanas. Mr. Speaker, kung hindi po natin bibigyan ng agarang solusyon ang problema na aking ipinahayag, ilang libong Pilipino pa ang magdudusa dahil sa ganitong sistema ng pagpapatupad ng batas laban sa iligal na droga. Ikalawa, ilang libong pamilya pa po ang lalong maghihirap habang ang kanilang tatay o nanay ay nagdudusa sa loob ng selda. Ikatatlo, Mr. Speaker, ilang libong bata pa ang magugutom at magdudusa dahil ang kanilang tatay o nanay ay nabibiktima ng sistema ng pagpapatupad ng batas laban sa illegal na droga. At ikaapat, Mr. Speaker, kung hindi natin bibigyan ng agarang atensyon at solusyon ang problemang ito, sino po ang hihintayin at aasahan ng taong bayan? Mr. Speaker, ang aking mga nabanggit na katanungan ay hindi ko kayang sagutin. Tayo lamang na mga nanunungkulan na inihalal ng taong bayan ang maaring tumugon sa aking mga nabanggit na katanungan. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Bonifacio Bosita to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we recognize the Honorable Faustino Ino D. of the 6th District of Isabela for his privileged speech.
The Honorable D. of Isabela is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, exactly 2 weeks ago, His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. delivered his second State of the Nation address in this very chamber. As a Filipino, it is truly reassuring and comforting to hear that the state of our nation is sound and improving. As a public servant who is sworn to uplift our countrymen through nation building, it is truly inspiring. And as a father, I can't help but feel excited and proud of a better tomorrow that we will leave our children. In his SONA, the President made many notable remarks while guiding us through his vision and aspirations for our nation. Talagang nandito na tayo sa bagong yugto ng pagbabagong matagal na nating pinapangarap para sa ating bansa. Kagaya ng marami sa atin dito at kagaya din ng milyong-milyong mga kababayan natin na nakinig sa ating Pangulo, tayo ay sama-samang tutulong sa ating Presidente maabot ang mga pangarap na ito. Kaya naman po, Mr. Speaker, since tomorrow is the 54th founding anniversary of the National Electrification Administration, and since it is the National Electrification Awareness this month, I can't help but think about the President's powerful statement on household electrification. To quote our President, he said that we will spare no effort to achieve full household electrification by the end of my term. 100% is within our reach. This representation fully supports the pronouncement of our President, which is indeed feasible and within our reach. However, this representation believes that the challenges that will arise in trying to reach 100% household electrification will sometimes come from the entities tasked with rural electrification itself, our electric cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, at sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa mababang kapulungan, malungkot mang isipin pero alam ko na marami sa atin dito ay personal nang nakaranas ng mababang kalidad na serbisyo mula sa kanilang mga electric cooperative sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa. Dahil pagdating sa samot-saring uri ng problema kagaya ng problema tungkol sa kuryente, sa atin din nagtatanong at nagdadaing ang ating mga kababayan. Hindi na po bago na may narinig tayong mga anomalya at problema sa ating mga electric cooperative. Sa simpleng internet search lamang ay napakaraming mga news article ang mababasa natin tungkol dito. Pero meron din mga bagay na hindi na ibabalita. Kaya hindi ko po kaya na manahimik tungkol sa issue na ito, lalo na ang ating mga kababayan ang napeperwisyo. Hindi ko kaya manahimik dahil hanggang ngayon ay meron pang walang kuryente sa kanilang mga tahanan. At bilang representante, pinagkatiwalaan tayo ng ating mga kababayan na magsalita at ipaglaban ang kanilang kapakanan, maging ang karapatang mabigyan ng kalidad na serbisyo. Kung maalala niyo po, Mr. Speaker, kailan lang ay nagbigay po tayo ng privilege speech tungkol sa mga problema ng pamamalakad ng aming electric co-op sa Isabela. Sa mga nakalipas na mga pagdinig dito sa Kongreso, ay talagang nakaka-alarma ang aming mga natuklasan. Dapat lamang po ay malaman ng ating mga kasamahan ang nangyayari sa Isabela bilang ehemplo sa mga posibleng nangyayari din sa iba't ibang lugar sa ating bansa. Una, dahil sa polisiya ng ISELCO Board of Directors na sumingil ng service fee for late payment na wala namang approval sa ERC, mas lalong nabaon pa ang ating mga kababayan na wala nang pambayad sa kanilang mga electric bill. Sa katunayan, sinisingil pa sila ng karagdagang 100 piso kapag sila ay nahuli sa pagbayad at umabot na sa 134 million pesos ang iligal na nakolekta sa ating mga kababayan. Malinaw na dapat ibalik sa ating mga kababayan dahil iligal ang pagkolekta nito. Pangalawa, 3 taon na nagbabayad ng aming kooperatiba sa kumpanyang DC Tech para sa IT services na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa din tapos ang proyekto. Pero halos 2 milyon buwan-buwan ang aming binabayad sa kumpanyang ito. At ayon sa NEA, itong kumpanya na ito ay merong mga parehong kontrata sa 14 other electric cooperatives mula sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa. Pangatlo, halos lahat ng mga proyekto ng aming co-op ay awarded sa MN Electro Industrial Supply and Services. Kahit paulit-ulit na delayed at hindi tapos ang proyekto. Minsan 30% pa ang advance payment na binabayad dito. At para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, ito rin ay ang favored company ng iba't ibang cooperative sa ating bansa. Pang-apat, nakita sa audit findings na nag-window dressing ang ISELCO 1. Pinalabas na merong 136 million sa kanilang balance sheet kahit wala naman ito. Sa madaling sabi, fake news po ito. Pinalabas na may cash on hand para mapakita po nila na maganda ang kanilang performance at efficient ang management ng kooperatiba. Panlima, bumili ng isang radio station ang aming co-op kahit hindi naman ito naaayon sa kanilang mandato. At nakakuha din itong kontrata na ito or itong kumpanya na ito na Great Czar ng parehong kontrata din sa 18 na co-op sa iba't ibang parte din ng ating bansa. And as of July 2022, ang aming kooperatiba ay hindi nakakolekta ng 740 million in consumer account receivables. Ang mga maliliit na mga consumers, kaagad-agad pinuputulan, pero yung mga malaking consumer na hindi nakakabayad ay inaabsuelto na lamang. And again, as of November 20, 2022, ISELCO has already exceeded its approved operational budget for non-power costs by 52 million. What is truly astounding is that it has exceeded its budget for all the non-power cost accounts. Dapat din po malaman natin, Mr. Speaker, kung bakit nahayaan po ng former general manager ng aming kooperatiba ay 2 beses nag-retire na umaabot sa 34 million pesos ang kanyang naging retirement fund. Mr. Speaker, kawawa din ang aming manggagawa ng mga electric cooperative at sa ibang mga electric cooperative dahil kinakaltasan ng 100 hanggang 500 pesos kada buwan ang kanilang sweldo bilang isang contribution sa 1EC-MCO Foundation na umaabot na sa 4 years ang pagkokolekta na walang kaalam-alam ang mga manggagawa sa kooperatiba. Dapat natin malaman, Mr. Speaker, kung para saan ba ang foundation na ito at bakit kailangan kaltasan ng mga manggagawa ng mga kooperatiba para mag-contribute. Sana hindi naman ito isang fundraising scheme. Dahil noong taong 2021, kung maaalala po ninyo, Mr. Speaker, tinanggal ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa pwesto ang dating administrator ng NEA, na si Edgardo Masongsong, dahil hindi siya nag-object sa financial contributions ng ating mga electric co-op sa iba't ibang political organizations. Ang mga contribution na ito ay nagmumula sa mga kaban ng electric cooperative. Sa madaling sabi, pera ito ng ating mga kababayan, Mr. Speaker. Hindi makatarungan ang pera ng mga MCOs ang ginagamit para sa kampanya na malinaw na paglabag sa COMELEC rules and guidelines. Kaya po ako at ibang kasama natin dito sa Kongreso, Mr. Speaker, ay maghahain ng isang resolusyon upang imbestigahan ang 1EC-MCO Network Foundation at kung ilan ang electric cooperatives na nagko-contribute dito sa foundation na ito. Sinasabi kong may ito dahil kung sana ay hindi nawaldas ang pera ng aming mga kooperatiba, ay mas maganda sana ang kalidad ng serbisyo at paka 100% na ng tahanan sa Isabela ay electrified. Sinasabi ko mga problema ng aming kooperatiba sa Isabela dahil dapat hindi ito mangyari sa iba't iba pang mga kooperatiba sa ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, ito ay nangyayari sa isang AAA-rated mega large co-op na siyang pinakamataas na performance qualification ng NEA. Papaano pa po kaya yung mga poorly rated na co-op? Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang din pong linawin na hindi po lahat ng electric cooperative ay mayroong ganitong mga ginagawa. Hindi po lahat. Iilan lamang. Kaya naman ay talagang napakabigat ng responsibilidad ng ating bagong administrator ng NEA na si Nani Almeda dahil talagang marami siyang namana ng mga problema na dapat niyang ayusin para sa kapakanan ng ating bansa. Dapat din na hindi nahayaan ng NEA maulit muli sa ibang lugar ang mga nangyayari sa Isabela. But I have full trust and confidence with our NEA admin that under his leadership, he will steer the NEA and our erring and mismanaged electric co-ops into globally competitive electric distribution utilities. Dahil kung walang agarang pagresolba o pagdesisyon sa iba't ibang uri ng mga violations mula sa NEA at ERC, marami sa mga opisyalis ng mga electric cooperatives natin ay patuloy na aabusuhin ng ating mga co-op. Magpapatuloy ang mga anomalya, magpapatuloy ang kawalan ng accountability. Panahon na para tuldukan natin ang mga pang-aabuso ng ibang mga opisyalis ng mga electric cooperatives natin, Mr. Speaker. And tomorrow again is the 54th founding anniversary of NEA. Kaya panahon na para baguhin ang kanilang mga polisiya na mismong nagpapahiras sa mga kooperatiba at nagdudulot ng problema sa ating mga mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, ako po ay nakikiisa sa inyo at sa mahal nating Pangulo sa adikain na ito. Ito ang tamang panahon dahil again, tayo na po ay narito sa bagong Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez of the One Rider Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Gutierrez is recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, would our distinguished colleague from Isabela yield for some clarificatory questions?
This representation would gladly welcome the questions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, our distinguished colleague mentioned that certain electric cooperatives are illegally deducting from the salaries of their employees to be contributed to a certain foundation. Ano po ang basis nito at how can he be certain that there is indeed an illegal salary deduction?
Mr. Speaker, base po sa report po ng mga manggagawa mismo sa aming kooperatiba, ay wala po silang kaalam-alam na sila po ay nagko-contribute sa 1EC-MCO Foundation. At sa pagdinig po natin sa Committee on Energy joint with the Northern Luzon Growth Quadrangle, sabi po mismo ng DOLE na hindi pwedeng kaltasan ang mga manggagawa ng electric cooperative. Pero 4 na taon po na po itong nangyayari dahil lamang sa isang board resolution na ginawa ng Board of Directors ng ISELCO 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, our distinguished colleague also mentioned multiple wrongdoings done by the Board of Directors and management of the cooperative. Is there any pending administrative case against these individuals in the NEA? Or has there been any NEA decision regarding these cases?
Mr. Speaker, as of the moment, we were informed by NEA that there are indeed several cases filed against these individuals. However, we are still waiting on the decision of NEA regarding these cases, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, our distinguished colleague mentioned that the Board of Directors adopted a policy to collect a service fee for late payment. Would our distinguished colleague know how much was collected and what the money was used for?
Mr. Speaker, base po sa report ng Acting General Manager noong Annual General Membership Assembly, umabot na po sa humigit kumulang 130 million pesos ang nakolekta sa aming mga kababayan na base po sa batas ay hindi po ito pwede hanggang walang approval sa ERC. Ang masakit dito, Mr. Speaker, ay hindi man lang nag-apply or humingi ng approval ang Board of Directors at management ng aming kooperatiba at kagad-agad sumisingil sa aming mga kababayan. Kaya nararapat lamang, Mr. Speaker, na ibalik nila ang kabuoang 130 million sa aming mga kababayan.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if that is the case, will the ERC or NEA ask the co-op to return these funds to the consumers, assuming that it was illegally collected?
Mr. Speaker, this representation fully hopes so, along with our member consumer owners, because these were illegally collected from them. Wala pong approval again from ERC. We are thankful that ERC has finally issued a cease and desist order against this board resolution. However, the damage has been done, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, lastly, you mentioned that a former general manager of the co-op received his retirement twice in the amount of 34 million. How is this possible? How did this pass through the board po kaya?
Mr. Speaker, base po sa ating pong committee hearings, talagang hindi na po siya qualified na makatanggap ng 34 million. Kaya po kami din ay nagtataka na paano umabot ng 34 million pesos ang naging retirement ng isang former general manager. Dahil nung una nakatanggap na po siya ng 15 million pesos noong 2017. Dahil daw in-extend ang kanyang service ng 5 taon, sa 5 taon, mas malaki pa po ang kanyang nakuha, Mr. Speaker. Umabot pa ng 20 million sa kabuoang 34 million pesos ang nakuhang retirement fund ni former General Manager Montano, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, these are indeed alarming developments. This representation would like to commend our colleague from Isabela for his timely speech on this matter, considering that tomorrow would be the NEA founding anniversary. And we share the same sentiments, given that the issue of co-ops is one that is shared all across the country. And we share the same hope that our new NEA chief would take the helm and step up to this challenge. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech and its interpolations of the Honorable Faustino Ino D. of the 6th District of Isabela to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There's a motion to refer the privilege speech. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Erwin T. Tulfo of the Party List Act CIS for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Erwin Tulfo of ACT CIS Party List is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, fellow members of Congress, I will be quick. The reclamation of Manila Bay right now is of national security concern first and foremost. I have read in several news reports that one of the companies involved in the reclamation project in Manila Bay is a construction firm from mainland China, the China Construction Company, or CCC. Ironically, this same construction company, the news reports added, was also involved in the construction of an air base and naval base of China in the West Philippine Sea. Even Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez is wondering who is in charge of keeping an eye on all of these Chinese vessels involved in the reclamation. Our Speaker have received reports that the Chinese crews of these vessels come to our shores in Pasay and Manila every night. What if these crews are members of the People's Liberation Army of China or intelligence operatives pretending to be ordinary crew members? The Immigration Bureau admitted in an interview this morning they have yet to investigate who is tasked to monitor the movement of these foreigners. We have to take this concern, Mr. Speaker, seriously for the safety of our people and for the security of our nation as the government tries to resolve the incursion of China in our waters and harassing our vessels lately in the West Philippine Sea. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I filed a House Resolution 1171 to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to look into the Manila Bay reclamation if the security of our nation is under threat or worse, compromised. Lastly, we want to be sure that when we wake up the next day, Manila Bay is still part of the Republic of the Philippines and not in the hands of another nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Erwin T. Tulfo to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Congresswoman.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw my previous motion to refer the speech of the Honorable Erwin Tulfo to the Committee on Rules.
There is a motion to withdraw the previous motion to refer the speech of the Honorable Tulfo. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Jeanette L. Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo for her interpellation.
The Honorable Janet Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The most handsome Deputy Speaker I've ever encountered. Well, Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate our good gentleman, Secretary Erwin Tulfo, for his privileged speech. It actually awakened the minds of many of our colleagues. If I may, Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Erwin Tulfo willing to yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, nakakabahala po yung ating narinig kay Secretary Erwin Tulfo, lalo na kapag nasabi na merong mga questions or mga apprehensions dun sa mga sabihin na natin nagtatambak sa Manila Bay. May we know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if the Honorable Erwin Tulfo is aware of the specific company or the specific corporation given the permit to reclaim the area?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished Congresswoman Garin, the company actually reported was the China Construction Company that is one of the company involved in the reclamation project in Manila Bay. Now, according to reports, that this same company is owned by Beijing, by the Chinese government, and it was involved in the construction of a military base, ironically, in the West Philippine Sea, a military base of China, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, how did this Chinese company end up being awarded a contract by the Philippine Reclamation Office or any office for that particular matter, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I believe there's already a resolution filed earlier, but what we wanted, the resolution that I filed this morning is about an inquiry pertaining to the national security of our nation. As what the Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez last night said, he had heard reports that these Chinese vessels, the crew of these Chinese vessels, do come down every night along Pasay and Manila to do a rest and recreation, to go to shore and party. But the problem is we are not so sure, Mr. Speaker, if they are really partying or they are already gathering intelligence informations on our vital installations, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleague.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the issue here is more of national security. Hindi po ibig sabihin na tayo ay nangungunang nakikipag-away, kundi pinoproteksyonan lang natin kung ano yung sa atin. Am I correct in that understanding, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the early a resolution I tried to file earlier was about an inquiry if this reclamation did undergo due process or the legitimate process of allowing this company or these companies to do the reclamation projects in Manila Bay. Kasi po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang balita ko, maraming na-bypass. Yung mga mangingisda po natin na displaced dyan po sa NCR, Regions 3 and 4. Yung mga manggagawa po natin dyan po sa Manila Bay, sa Pasay, mga manggagawa sa restaurant, sa mga hotel, wala pong plano para sa kanila. At saka yung mga reklamo ngayon ng ilang pong environmental groups na nasira o ang Mother Nature sa naturang lugar, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. In other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, our concern here, lilinawin po natin, hindi natin inaawa yung bansang China, kundi ang tinitingnan natin dito is kapag may permiso na binigay sa isang kumpanya para mag-reclaim, it does not follow that it encompasses everything. Pero ang ibig sabihin nito is once you are given the prerogative to reclaim, there are rules that you have to abide with, and there are Filipinos, like the fisherman that Secretary Erwin Tulfo has mentioned, that should be protected. Ang ibig sabihin, sa bawat hakbang ng pagpapalago ng ekonomiya ay walang Pilipinong mapag-iiwanan. Ito po ba ang layunin ng ating butihing kongresista, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, Congresswoman Garin, opo, yan po yung layunin ng inquiry na ito. Una, para masilip kung may problema ba sa national security o seguridad ng ating bayan. Pangalawa po sana, at maganda ho yung layunin kasi they were saying reclamation, some say, is a sign of development or improvement and it will bring economic growth in the area. Unfortunately, if this reclamation projects ay nakakayurak or stepping on the rights of certain sectors of our society, like the fisher folks in NCR, Regions 3 and 4, and our workers, hospitality workers in Pasay, if they do lose their livelihood, their jobs, then may problema po tayo. What is the purpose of improvement, moving forward, kung may maiiwan naman po ng mga kababayan natin? Dahil sabi nga po ng Administrasyong Marcos, walang maiiwan, everybody will move forward. Maging po ang Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez ay pinaalala po sa atin na sabay-sabay tayong aangat at wala pong maiiwan. Pero sa punto pong ito, may maiiwan po yung mga mangingisda, wala pong kasiguruhan pa dahil tinambakan na po ang Manila Bay ng buhangin. Maging ang Pangulo kahapon ay nagsabi na wala na po siyang nakikitang dagat sa Manila Bay. So, iyan ho ang problema. Wala pong livelihood na naibibigay sa kanila. Pati po yung mga waiter ngayon na nanganganib magsara ang kanilang restaurant dahil yung kanilang restaurant ay dinadayo lamang ngayon dahil tabing dagat, pag tinambakan mo yung dagat ng buhangin, hindi na ho pupuntahan ng mga customer, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, our foreign policy that we are friends to all and enemies to none actually stays. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Our foreign policy is like friends to everyone and enemies to none. Pero, Mr. Speaker, dapat bago po natin problemahin yung mga kapitbahay ho natin, problemahin ho muna natin yung mga kababayan natin na maiiwan sa tinatawag na development na ito. Of course, it's a development. Reclamation is development because some are saying that we will make, or these businesses will make millions and millions in the near future. Millions and millions nga ho, Mr. Speaker, kung wala naman po, kung may iwan po itong mga mangingisda, may iwan po itong mga waiter, wala pong trabaho, paano na lamang can we sleep soundly at night, especially us here in Congress, knowing that there are people in our society who do not have money to feed their family, to support their family because they just lost their livelihood, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, maraming salamat po doon sa mga hinaing na pinarating sa atin ni Congressman Erwin Tulfo. And allow me to clarify it further. The situation here is not being anti-China. The situation here is looking at the impact of the reclamation projects, whether it will hurt many of our constituents, yung ating mga kababayan. At ang isang tinitingnan nga natin dito, ito ba magdudulot ng benepisyo, pero mas maraming perwisyo, O ang mangyayari ba ay magkakaroon ng maraming benepisyo at kung ang perwisyo naman ay mabibigyan ng tugon sa paraan ng mga dagdag na alternative mode of livelihood at mapre-prepare naman at meron silang patutunguhan, ay hindi naman magiging ganito ang reaksyon ng ating butihing kongresista. Am I right, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, tama po yun. Ang primary concern po natin is this project beneficial to everybody. Kasi po, lumalabas po ngayon wala pong sumasagot po sa atin, parang may problema ho rito. Mukhang hindi po siya dumaan sa tamang proseso. That's what we want to find out. Pero may earlier resolution po na inihain po dyan ng mga kasamahan natin hinggil po sa reclamation na yan. Pero ang punto ko po na i-final din kanina ay mas importante po because it concerns national security. It is your safety, my safety, and everybody's safety so that when we sleep tonight, knowing that the Manila Bay is still part of the Philippines at hindi po sa ibang bansa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dagdag lang po natin, when we talk about China and other neighboring countries, hindi po natin may pagkaila that part of globalization and international trade, our Asian neighbors are actually our partners. And just to clarify, and I do hope that the Honorable Erwin Tulfo will be one with me in saying that the move to look into the reclamation projects is not solely geared against China, but is geared towards following the rules and protecting our Filipino people. Pero sa larangan naman ng globalization at international trade, we acknowledge that our partners, not only in Asia but all over the world, are actually important international trade and global partners. However, yung ating samahan sa tawag ng ekonomiya ay kailangan namang ibalanse dito naman sa usapin ng kalusugan at proteksyon ng ating mga kababayan. Will the Honorable Erwin Tulfo agree to this, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I agree to that, distinguished colleague. We are open. Philippines is open to everybody for investment. And that's what we are doing, and that's what the President has been doing every time he goes out of the country para manghikayat po ng mga investor. So ibig ko sabihin, open po ang ating bansa ng investments. Pero yun nga lang po, siguro, tingnan din ho natin, dahil hindi naman ho tayo mga hampas lupa, kung sino-sino na lamang, maglalagay nga po ng negosyo dito, tatadyakan naman ho tayo sa likod, medyo masakit naman ho yun. And then they say, we are friends, we are neighbors. What do you expect to a neighbor or friend, Mr. Speaker, a distinguished colleague, kung ikaw ay bibigyan ng something, pagtalikod mo, ikaw naman babatukan. It hurts. Pero it's a reality. It's the truth, but it's a reality, and that is what is happening right now, Mr. Speaker, and a distinguished colleague of mine.
And Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is also part of my understanding that one of the thrusts of the Honorable Erwin Tulfo is to provide jobs to Filipino people and even to promote trade para nga yung mga nasa baba ay maiangat at walang maiwan sa laylayan. At sa pagkakaintindi ko, isa sa kanyang advokasya ay maging tanggap sa Pilipinas ang mga totoong investors. Am I correct in presuming that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, maraming salamat po. Yan po ay kasama sa advokasya ho natin, adhikain. Pero gusto ko lamang ho na wala nga ho maiiwan dahil yan naman po ang trust ng Administrasyong Marcos, maging ang pamunuan po ni Speaker Romualdez na wala pong maiiwan, lahat po aangat sabay-sabay from this pandemic and economic recovery, Mr. Speaker, Madam colleague of mine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker, for that assurance. What I am pointing at is the fact na kung ang hinaing ng mga kababayan natin na mawawalan ng trabaho at yung mga maapektuhan ng reclamation projects ay ma-address at yun namang ating mga kababayan ay hindi maabuso at hindi mapabayaan. And the very important aspect of national security will be addressed and will be disproved that it's not a threat to national security. And the most important aspect, that all the rules and regulations attached to the permit to reclaim that portion is actually complied with, wala namang problema. May pagpapatuloy naman yung mga reclamation na ito. Is that my clear understanding, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, correct?
Tama naman po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Congresswoman Garin, yan pong inyong pinupunto at yan din ang ating pinupunto ngayon. Kung wala po bang nayurakang karapatan ng sino mang kababayan natin. But first and foremost po, yung seguridad po natin, lalo na po natin dito sa NCR, dahil ito po ay concern, kagabi pa ho, ni Speaker Romualdez, paglapag niya, naitanong niya kaagad kung sino raw ba ang nagbabantay, sino ba ang nagmo-monitor sa mga Chinese vessels dyan at saka kanilang crew every day. So, ang gusto lang sana ng this representation, Mr. Speaker, that there will be an immediate action from this honorable House, members of Congress, na magkaroon po ng isang investigasyon kaagad-agad para masili po kung our national security is under threat or it has been compromised, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa paglinaw na yan, because we also would like to make it clear that the House of Representatives, the Congress of the Philippines, will never drive away investors. In fact, we are open and very much open, especially to Filipino investors. However, if there are violations along the way, then it's just but proper for Congress to stand up, because we are the voice of our people. At tama po si Congressman Erwin Tulfo, ang daming mga kababayan natin na nasa laylayan na hindi nabibigyan ng pagkakataong magkaroon ng malakas na boses. Kaya nga, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, we are very much privileged that we have a colleague here who has always been a voice inside and outside of Congress ng mga taong nasa laylayan. But precise for us to say, and allow me to be clear, Congress will not in any way turn away investors. Congress will encourage investors, but there are rules to be followed. We have Filipinos and constituents to be protected, and we can always live with our neighbors. We admit that we are at a disadvantage if we are talking about the powers of China, but there will always be diplomatic ways to solve these problems, because the Filipinos, being the number 7 happiest people in the world, has always been able to track the diplomatic chaos. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ako po ay nagpapahiwatig ng aking pagsama sa investigasyon na gagawin at pangungunahan ni Secretary Erwin Tulfo, dahil lingid sa kaalaman ng iba, globalization, investments, modernization, and all of these colors in the world are very beautiful. But nothing, wala pong mas makakapagpaganda, makakapagpagaan ng loob, at makakapagpaligaya sa atin, kundi maging maligaya ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino, ang bawat pamilyang pinagsisilbihan ng Kongreso, ang bawat pamilyang umaasa at naniniwala sa bagong Pilipinas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech and its interpolations of the Honorable Erwin T. Tulfo to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no one else who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the privilege hour is hereby terminated. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8370 as contained in Committee Report number 612, submitted by the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said bill.
The Secretary General is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8370.
House Bill number 8370, an act increasing the authorized campaign expenses of candidates and political parties, amending for the purpose Section 13 of Republic Act number 7166, entitled An Act Providing for Synchronized National and Local Elections and for Other Electoral Reforms, authorizing appropriations therefore and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, the Honorable Representative Maximo Y. Dalog Jr.
The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, the Honorable Representative Maximo Dalog Jr. from the Lone District of Mountain Province, is hereby recognized for the sponsorship and debate. Tapos ng sponsorship.
Mr. Speaker, we...
For now, for the interpellations. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is... since there is no other member who registered for the period of interpellation, there's a motion to terminate the period of interpellation of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments for House Bill 8370. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8370 as contained in Committee Report 612.
There is a motion to vote on second reading House Bill 8370. Is as many as are in favor for the approval on second reading of House Bill 8370, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8370 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 7587 as contained in Committee Report 636, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill under consideration.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 7587, an act declaring March 10 of every year as a special working holiday in the entire country to be known as the National Junior Chamber International JCI Philippines Day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the author of the said measure, the Honorable Representative Jude A. Asidre of Tingog Party List, to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Jude Asidre, principal sponsor, is recognized to sponsor the bill.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor this afternoon House Bill 7587, which seeks to declare every March 10 as a special working holiday to be known as JCI Philippines Day, in recognition of the invaluable contributions made by JCI Philippines to leadership development and community service in the country. At its core, this bill celebrates an organization that has tirelessly devoted itself to the betterment of our nation and the upliftment of our communities. The Junior Chamber International, more commonly referred to as JCI, has been a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change across our country. Its commitment to fostering leadership, community engagement, and social responsibility has left an indelible mark on countless lives. 75 years ago, on March 10, 1948, the Junior Chamber International, during its Third World Congress, held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, granted a charter to JCI Philippines, then known as Philippine JCs, and admitted the first national organization in Asia to the growing global network of young leaders. As the pioneering JCI national organization established in Asia, JCI Philippines has taken the Filipino instinct of brotherhood and neighborly helpfulness, adapted an organizational concept born in the United States, adopted it to our Asian culture, and built it into a nationwide organization that has contributed materially to the welfare, well-being, and prestige of the Filipino people. By designating March 10 as JCI Philippines Day, we extend our gratitude and admiration for the invaluable contributions that JCI has made over the years. This special working holiday serves as a reminder of the unwavering dedication of JCI members and their efforts to create a more just, inclusive, and vibrant society. Furthermore, this proposed celebration provides an opportunity for all Filipinos to reflect on the power of collective action and volunteerism. It encourages us to emulate the selfless spirit exhibited by JCI members and inspires us to actively participate in the positive transformation of our communities. Throughout its 75 years of existence in the Philippines, JCI Philippines has committed to develop its members and equip them with the necessary skills to create positive change and provide them with a unique opportunity to share their voice and engage with the community to address community challenges and create sustainable impact. As we discuss the merits of this bill, let us remember the countless initiatives, projects, and programs spearheaded by JCI that have enriched the lives of Filipinos from all walks of life. From educational programs to environmental conservation efforts, JCI Philippines has exemplified the values of unity, service, and empowerment. Through its mission to provide leadership development opportunities that empower young people to create positive change, and its vision to be the foremost global network of young leaders, JCI Philippines continues on its journey to bring together young leaders from all sectors of society, from the halls of government
on the streets of our communities and in the boardrooms of business to create sustainable impact and transform our nation. In closing, as one who has once had the honor of serving as National President of JCI Philippines, I implore each of my esteemed colleagues, several of whom were once members of JCI Philippines and now members of the JCI Senate Philippines, to support the passage of this measure. Let us seize this opportunity to honor the tireless work of JCI in shaping a better future for our nation. By doing so, we send a resounding message of appreciation, encouragement, and commitment to the ideas of service and community that JCI Philippines embodies. Maraming salamat po, and may we continue to work together to uplift the spirit of volunteerism and social responsibility for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Since there is no committee or individual amendments, there is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 7587 as contained in Committee Report 636.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 7587. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 7587 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Mr. Principal Author. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 8268 as contained in Committee Report number 579, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. Copies of the said bill have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure under consideration.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8268.
House Bill 8268, an act declaring April of every year as the National Basketball Month.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, to sponsor the measure.
The chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III of the 5th District of Isabela, is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 8268.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Article 14, Section 19 of the Constitution provides that the state shall promote physical education and encourage sports programs, leagues, competitions, and amateur sports, including training for international competitions, to foster self-discipline, teamwork, excellence for development, and a healthy and alert citizenry. Pursuant to the aforementioned mandate, it is the incumbent upon the state to support programs that will promote team sports, such as basketball, which is deemed to be the most popular sport in the country. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, basketball is, without doubt, the most popular sport in the Philippines, and Filipino youth, particularly teenagers, love playing it. The country's love affair with the game of basketball can be traced back over a century ago, when when it, alongside baseball, was introduced to locals by the American teachers through the YMCA and school system. Over time, basketball captivated millions of Filipino hearts. Today, it is the most played and most popular sports in the country, played on both amateur and professional levels. Practically everyone knows the rudiments of the game, from toddlers to adults and the elderly. From urban centers and to the rural areas, Filipinos can be seen playing basketball in courts and even in the barangays. It's not unusual to see a makeshift basketball court, a half court, or simply just a hoop in a vacant lots, and even on the street corners or alleys, often constraining the government to order their removal for safety reasons. Mr. Speaker, it has been reported that over 40 million Filipinos play basketball. About 81% of people residing in cities are basketball fans. Around 50% of Filipinos are passionate and enthusiastic basketball fans. In addition to watching the Philippine Basketball Association, or the PBA, considered the oldest and most prominent league in the country and in Asia, Filipinos are fans of the National Basketball Association. It was reported that the Philippines has the second highest NBA viewership after the United States. In fact, 8.4 million people watched the 2021 finals between the Milwaukee Bucks and the Phoenix Suns. Free TV isn't the only area the Philippines had a lion's share of the pie, as Filipino viewers ranked number 2 in the NBA League Pass subscription in the Asia-Pacific region. Across the league's social media platforms, the NBA estimated combined 24 million followers on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok comes from the Philippines, the most of any country outside the US. On YouTube, Filipino fans consume more than 37 million hours, or 1/3 of the total channel viewership of NBA content from the league's official channel during the season. While it might be argued that basketball perhaps is not the best sports to promote in the country, considering the height advantages of other foreign teams, Filipinos' adoration and obsession for the sports, which has merged well with the Filipino culture, may be used as a platform for inculcating positive values to the 30 million youth. In fact, basketball's strategic, dynamic, and enthusiastic nature makes it the most rewarding game for young Filipino players and spectators alike. Basketball is therefore a significant tool in promoting not only the physical, mental, and social well-being of the youth, but also teaching important values and life skills such as sportsmanship, respect, responsibility, communication, leadership, and teamwork. It is for this reason that the Committee on Youth and Sports and Development approved House Bill 8268 under the Committee Report 579, which seeks to declare the month of April every year as the National Basketball Month. The sports promotion and development, especially during the summer season, will be institutionalized and strengthened for the benefits of millions of basketball-loving Filipinos. Especially, the measure seeks to, first, to commemorate the sport of basketball and its positive impact of Filipino culture and society, to promote through basketball the importance of physical activity and healthy lifestyle across all ages, to promote basketball in local government units and educational institutions through the conduct of local and national basketball tournaments as venue for talent identification, selection, and recruitment of student athletes, and institutionalizing the annual celebration of the National Basketball Month in all provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays. To ensure the meaningful observance of the National Basketball Month, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, the Department of Education, Commission on Higher Education, Games and Amusement Board, Department of the Local Interior and Local Government, and the concerned national sports associations are mandated to prepare implementation of an annual program of activities shall be included by the following. Basketball events and activities for all ages at the local parks and community centers across the country, inter-barangay basketball leagues or friendly games, free basketball training, coaching, and officiating a basketball game, exhibition or demonstration games among professional players, Paralympic basketball for persons with disabilities, women's participation in basketball, viewing parties of major basketball games, or virtual basketball sports or esports basketball. All throughout the Philippines lack resources for basketball compared to other countries. It has achieved success in the sport. The Philippine men's basketball team won bronze medal in the 1954 FIBA World Championship, the best finish by any team outside the Americas and Europe. Also, team took 5th place finish in the 1936 Summer Olympics, the best finish by any men's basketball team outside Europe and the Americas. The Philippines has won 5 FIBA Asia Championships, 4 Asian Games gold medals, 8 SIBA Championships, all but 2 Southeast Asians basketball gold medals, has the most in the Southeast Asian Basketball Men's Association Championship, being considered as the powerhouse team in Southeast Asia and one of Asia's elite basketball team. Our country has participated in 6 FIBA World Cups and 7 Olympic basketball tournaments. Recently, the Philippine national basketball team, the Gilas Filipinas, reclaimed its throne in the men's 505 basketball tournament in the Southeast Asian Games held in Cambodia. It is also noteworthy to mention that the Philippine Basketball Association, created in 1975, is the Asia's first league, and these games kept the sport at the forefront of Filipino culture and helped grow interest throughout the 20th century. Mr. Speaker, from August 25, where the top 2 teams from each countries of the Americas and Europe and the top teams from the countries in Africa, Asia, and Oceania will qualify alongside the host country, France. To solidify the gains in basketball, may I urge this August Chamber to approve the proposed Basketball Month and seize the historical moment as we cheer the Gilas Filipinas in the upcoming 2023 FIBA Basketball World Cup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
So there's nobody who is going to interpolate. If there's anybody who wants to question about basketball or about the bill, perhaps Congressman Franz Pumaren will answer that. About basketball. The motion, since there is no member who wish to question or ask during the period of interpellation, there is now a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments, considering that there is nobody who wish to introduce committee or individual amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8268 as contained in Committee Report 579.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8268. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8268 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8390 as contained in Committee Report number 621. And may we ask the copies of the resolution have been previously distributed to the members, and I request therefore that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8390.
House Bill 8390, an act granting the Philippine Sports Commission the authority to acquire real properties by other modes, amending for the purpose Section 7 of Republic Act Number 11214, otherwise known as the Philippine Sports Training Center Act.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 8390. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee of Youth and Sports and Development, Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. of the 5th District of Isabela, be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
The chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III of the 5th District is Isabela, is recognized to begin the sponsorship of said House Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. It is the policy of the state to promote and develop sports in the country, to achieve excellence in the international sports competition, to ensure success in the country's quest to achieve competitiveness in the Olympic Games, and to promote international amity among nations. Pursuant thereto, Republic Act 11214, or the Philippine Sports Training Center Act, was signed into law in 2019 on Valentine's Day as a gift to our national athletes, coaches, trainers, and to the entire sporting sector. The PSTC is envisioned to be a state-of-the-art and highly scientific sports complex which shall serve as the official home and primary venue for the development of athletes as well as for training of coaches and referees. It shall be constructed within the period of 18 months in the location suitable and conducive to a high-level training of athletes, coaches, and referees. Mr. Speaker, one of the objectives of the PSTC is to contribute to sports science and research as the National Sports Training Institute and to host local and international competitions. Sadly, however, 4 years after its enactment, RA 11214 is yet to be implemented, and constructed of the sports complex has not yet begun. Even the choice of the sustainable venue has not been finalized. Mr. Speaker, back in 2019, when the Philippines hosted the 30th edition of the Southeast Asian Games, the primary venue used was the new Clark City Sports Complex, where the athletes and the aquatic events of the Games were actually held. Opened in 2019, the new Clark Sports Complex is the first major sports hub constructed by the government since the completion of the Rizal Memorial Complex in 1934. The sports complex currently comprise 3 major facilities, namely the World Athletics certified by the Federation International des Nations of FINA, it's the governing body of aquatics, and the 525-unit athletic village. The sports complex also housed the Academy of National Academy of Sports, a green and climate resilient learning center and training ground for deserving Filipino scholar athletes. Mr. Speaker, it is in this light that this measure has acquired a greater significance by reason of the fact that the majority of the members of the National Sports Associations, as well as the Philippine Olympic Committee, who are obviously the direct end users of the sports centers, have expressed their preference that the new city sports complex, which is under the present legal setup, is owned by the BCDA, be transformed as the primary PSTC over some other location offered by various local government units. Pursuing the same plan, however, possesses a challenge as the BCDA is not empowered to transfer or convey any of its properties by gracious titles, which is one of the three modes by the PSC is authorized to acquire in the real properties under the RA 11214. It is thus imperative that the PSC be given the authority to acquire real property for the purpose of establishing sports training center, even by the onerous title. By allowing PSC the power to acquire real properties by the onerous title, the authors of this important measure seeks to overcome the challenges of the original inability by the PSC to acquire the real properties except by grant, donation, or payment, or just compensation. Finally, granting the PSC the power to acquire real properties by onerous title would already pave the way for its consolidated titles to the properties over which it currently has an frustratory agreement, removing any legal obstacle or challenges, PSC acquisition and full control over all sports training centers in the country. Mr. Speaker, rather than altogether build a new one, enhancing the facilities at the new Clark City Sports Complex would be the most cost-effective since it has carefully been master planned, which is ideal for both international and international athletes. Likewise, it has a world-class sports complex, a convenient transportation linkage with the nearby Clark International Airport, an adequate combination of recreational facilities, restaurants, hotels, government centers, hospitals, among others, making it truly an ideal sporting location. Once amended, we pray that the PSC shall be vested with the authority to acquire properties that is deemed suited for the establishment of the PSTC and beneficial for its end users. For the Filipino athletes, Philippine sports, the entire country, the Committee of Youth and Sports and Development earnestly seeks your support for the immediate approval of House Bill 8390 under Committee Report 621. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wished to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments, considering that there is no one in this session hall who wish to introduce committee or individual amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8390.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8390. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8390 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Majority Leader. Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8466 as contained in Committee Report number 658 submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. Mr. Speaker, copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8466.
House Bill 8466, an act preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 5th District of Isabela, the Honorable Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, is hereby recognized to begin sponsorship of the said bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the birth of the Philippines Indigenous Tribal Games in 2009 in Pampanga, the forebearers of our Katutubo, the Aitas, Mangyans, and the Dumangats have represented the country not only in local competitions, but in the international sports arena as well. Throughout the support of the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission, our indigenous peoples had represented Team Philippines in the 2010 Sabah Tribal Games in Malaysia, the World IP Tribal Games in Brazil held in 2015, and the World IP Games in Canada held in 2017. It was almost 8 years ago from October 23 to November 1, 2015, when the Philippine indigenous peoples, the Aitas, Dumagats, Ifugaos, and the Mangyans have proven their athletic prowess in the first historic World Indigenous Games held in Brazil. Billed as the Olympics of the indigenous sports, about 2,000 athletes representing 50 different ethnic groups participated in a variety of traditional indigenous games. Some events were competitive, such as canoeing, archery, spear toss, while others were demonstrated events. Mr. Speaker, tribal games have given the indigenous people the rare opportunity to show off their sports prowess using the traditional sports equipment such as the bow and arrow or the pana, the spear or the sibat, the blowpipe or the simpit, as well as their dexterity and stamina in barefoot races. Over and above the athletic events, the conduct of the indigenous games provide a platform to not only celebrate indigenous traditions and cultures throughout sports, but also addressing pressing issues facing indigenous communities today. The indigenous games likewise bring together indigenous peoples who are unified in their traditional sports and indigenous values. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, and most important, our sisters and brothers in the indigenous community, that I stand today to sponsor a measure to that my mind is vital in preserving our socio-cultural heritage as people and enrich our identity as a race. I'm referring, Mr. Speaker, to the committee report 5658 on House Bill 8466 entitled An Act Preserving the Indigenous Games of the Philippines. The Committee of Youth and Sports Development, cognizant to the constitutional mandate of recognizing and promoting the rights of our indigenous cultural communities, and in recognition of our commitment to our international conventions such as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, particularly Article 31.1, thereof approve all measures that shall task the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, and the local government units to conduct an annual regional and national indigenous sports competitions. Our agencies such as the National Commission for Culture and Arts, National Commission on Indigenous People, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the Department of Education, Commission on Higher Education, the Philippine Information Agency are likewise mandated to initiate measures to preserve indigenous games in the country, such as the integration and inclusions of these games in the curriculum. Production of documentary materials as well as research on various sports traditions played by different indigenous peoples, and the conduct of regular demonstration of indigenous games in national events such as the Palarong Bansa and in other appropriate school activities. To specifically cater the individual and unique indigenous games originating from certain locality, the LGUs are given the prerogative to choose in the consultation with the concerned indigenous cultural communities which indigenous sports events will be included in the regional games in their respective localities. Mr. Speaker, our country has undergone and continues to undergo rapid development in terms of technology, infrastructure, trade, and commerce. Our people likewise continue to adapt to the rapid and dizzying pace of change. We cannot therefore help it that our social-cultural lives are also affected and continue to evolve on account of these changes. But with the passage of time, we oftentimes have become obvious to the fact that many of these indigenous practices, traditions, and social-cultural habits are all fading away. Even our traditional games, those which our generation were accustomed to, have now disappeared from our social-cultural landscape. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I used to play tumbang preso, patintero, at sipa, right in the middle of the road with my cousins and friends. I seldom see these games being played now by our millennials these days. Our young generations is now consumed by electronic gadgets, computers, iPods, cell phones, and the latest internet craze that hits the market. The same fate holds true, and perhaps even worse as far as the indigenous games are concerned. These indigenous games that our indigenous people play in the hinterlands, away from the public view and certainly distant from the consciousness of the majority of our people. These indigenous games are now at the brink of extinction. I am now afraid, Mr. Speaker, that of this date, we do not have the accurate record of just how many indigenous games or indigenous people we have. These indigenous games, which are vital in helping preserve the social-cultural heritage of our indigenous people, play a very important role in promoting peace, camaraderie, and they are the most convenient avenue for self-expression. We cannot allow them to disappear from the collective's social consciousness of their proper place in our history as a race and as a country. Mr. Speaker, apart from preserving the traditional and indigenous games of our people, this is an important piece of legislation, to my mind, will also send a very strong message, and that we welcome our indigenous people to our society and embrace them as an integral part of our identity as a nation. This will also contribute significantly to facilitate their integration into the mainstream society and harness their talents in this field of sports. and possibly provide us the opportunity to discover athletes who will make our country proud in the international arena. With the conduct of our annual regional and national indigenous games and the inclusion of the tribal games as demonstration sports in the Palarong Pambansa, the preservation of the Philippine indigenous games is not only assured, but would also widen our search for talent within the indigenous communities and increase our chances in attaining our Olympic dream. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I call our colleagues in this August chamber to approve House Bill 8466 under Committee Report 658. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wish to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is interpellation. There is a motion to open the period of amendments, both committee and individual. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8466.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8466. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8466 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill 8468 as contained in the Committee Report 659, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8468.
House Bill 8468, an act institutionalizing the Philippine National Games and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, from the 5th District of Isabela, to sponsor the measure.
The chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, from the 5th District of Isabela, is hereby recognized to begin his sponsorship of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, on March 3, 1994, former President Fidel B. Ramos issued Executive Order Number 163, which launched the Philippine National Games, also known as the Philippine Olympic Committee, Philippine Sports Commission Games, a national multi-sport tournament which was a centerpiece program of President Ramos' national physical fitness and sports development efforts towards Philippines 2000. The PNG became the basis of the creation of the national, regional, provincial, city, barangay physical fitness and sports development councils that serve as the nationwide organizational network to assist the Philippine Sports Commission in the planning, information, dissemination, and actual implementation and monitoring of the national policy and programs Sports for All. PNG also became a source from which to draw possible compositions of the national pool of athletes who will compete in international sports competitions such as the Southeast Asian Games, the Asian Games, and the Olympics. While the objectives of the PNG are necessary for grassroots and elite sports development, The conduct of the games remain subject to the discretion of the incumbent sports leaders. Mr. Speaker, the absence of the statute to ensure continuity of the Philippine National Games has therefore placed the observance, therefore, at the best impairment. Indeed, the PNG was scrapped in 1998 due to the lack of funds to organize the event and was only revived in 2011. For the reasons of the primary objective of House Bill 8468 is to institutionalize the conduct of the Philippine National Games as the government premier national sports program, which shall be held once every 2 years. The PNG shall provide a structure for the truly integrated and comprehensive national sports program, linking grassroots sports promotion to elite sports development, as well as to encourage all local government officials to promote the development of sports in the country, covering all barangays, towns, municipalities, cities, and provinces. The PNG likewise serve as a venue for the national sports associations in promoting their respective sports programs at the grassroots level, and widen the base of talent identification, selection, recruitment of athletes, considering that the measure mandates the inclusion of sports events played in Olympics and Paralympic Games as the official sports in the PNG. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Philippine national athletes, coaches, trainers, and the entire Philippine sports, it is our fervent prayer that this August Chamber will find wisdom in our proposal and approve the institutionalize of the Philippine National Games as proposed under Committee Report 659 and House Bill 8468. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Here is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we begin the period of amendments. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading of House Bill number 8468.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8468. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8468 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8495 as contained in the Committee Report 667, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8495.
House Bill 8495, an act strengthening local sports programs to develop young athletes and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, from the 5th District of Isabela to sponsor the measure.
The chairperson of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, from the 5th District of Isabela, is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 8495.
Mr. Speaker, Perhaps while it may not be on the surface of social consciousness, sports is a very powerful society tool that brings people together. Apart from helping improve physical, mental, and emotional well-being, sports provide a unique sense of belongingness, especially among children who are active in their chosen sports. Indeed, it is said that the emotional benefits of being engaged in sports equals or even surpasses the physical benefits. It could not therefore be overemphasized that the national sports programs is of paramount importance of the country to ensure the maintenance of a healthy and vibrant citizenry. Mr. Speaker, the future of any national sports program, however, lies in the development of their young athletes. The most successful countries in the Olympics were able to showcase outstanding performances in view of the fact that their gold-winning athletes were trained, nurtured, and developed at a very young age. It is for this reason that the Committee on Youth and Sports Development approved Committee Report 667 on House Bill 8495, which seeks to strengthen the local sports programs to develop our young athletes. The bill, Mr. Speaker, undertakes the issue sports vouchers to deserving young athletes as well as sports clubs or organizations. The overall objectives of which is to encourage the youth to be involved in sports activities by offering them financial assistance in form of a sports voucher that can be used to mitigate the cost of the sports participation. More specifically, the aim is to increase the number of children participating in physical activity by helping to reduce the cost barrier. By removing the said financial barrier, we are technically setting up the children's active lives and allowing access to sports for children of all walks of life, thereby removing the stigma linked to the deprivation experienced by those unable to participate due to the lack of financial resources. Vouchers would enable the widest participations of our youth by providing everyone the same opportunity regardless the economic background. It provides eligibility criteria for the young athletes such as the athlete should be under the age of 18 and is actively engaged in any sport. A member of any recognized or duly accredited local sports club, recreation club, or sports organization, and a resident of a locality where the sports club, recreation club, or sports organization is located to avoid possible misuse or abuse were deemed to provide certain conditions for the use of the vouchers. First, it shall not be redeemable as cash. It is non-transferable to any person except another local sports club, recreation, or sports organization. It is transferable to another local sports club, recreation club, or sports organization only once a year, provided that the transfer is applied for the prior of the actual use and enjoyment of the sports facility. It cannot reuse once it's redeemed by the local sports, recreation clubs, or sports organization. And only one voucher shall be payable to an eligible athlete per calendar year. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on our colleagues in this August chamber to consider, vote, and approve Committee Report 667 on House Bill 8495. So I move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments nor committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading of House Bill number 8495.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8495. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8495 is approved on second reading. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Session is suspended.
Ang dami ko na tinuro sa output switch. Thank you. Para to na. Okay.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8218 under Committee Report 559, submitted by the Committee on Nuclear Energy. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the measure?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8218.
House Bill 8218, an act establishing the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority and providing for a comprehensive legal framework for radiation protection, nuclear security, safety, and safeguards, and physical safety in the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy in the Philippines, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Nuclear Energy be recognized, the Honorable Mark Coanco.
The chairperson of the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy is hereby recognized
Mr. Speaker,
to continue with the period of sponsorship and debate.
Mr. Speaker, this sponsor is ready to answer questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman as the last interpolator for the measure.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, I am ready to interpolate.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a manifestation with the permission of the interpellator and majority.
Mr. Speaker, I am yielding to the Honorable Abet Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Abet Garcia for his manifestation.
The Honorable Albert Garcia from the province of Bataan is recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader, and Congressman Ed Salegman. Naubos na po ang oras ng inyong lingkod sa pagtatanong tungkol dito sa bill na ito at nakakalungkot na yung aking mga tanong ay hindi nasagot ng direkta. So gusto ko na lang po gumawa ng manifestation nang sa ganon yung aking mga punto ay aking maipahayag dito po sa plenaryo. Yung unang tanong ko po sa sponsor nung ako po tumayo dito para mag-interpolate last May, ang tanong ko po sa kanya, sa lahat ng pabor na argumento para sa nuklear, bakit sa buong mundo 10% lang ang gumagamit nito? And this is a fact, Mr. Speaker. Ano kaya ang mga rason with all the strong arguments for nuclear? At sana nasagot ito ng sponsor if he had just engaged in meaningful discussion and debate. So, ang mga issues na sanang gusto ko itanong, number 1 is the maintenance and final disposal ng spent fuel. All around the world, merong 400 to 500,000 metric tons of spent fuel na nakatiwangwang lang po sa iba't ibang lugar, Mr. Speaker. And up to now, sa mahigit kumulang 70 years ng nuclear energy technology, wala pa rin pong solusyon after more than 70 years. 500,000 tons. At sa US po, around 90,000 tons na wala pang solusyon sa final disposal. Maaring sabihin ng sponsor na nandyan ang Finland, merong hinuhukay, 2 kilometers down, 2 kilometers horizontal, pero hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa po proven solution yan. At kasalukuyan pa lang pong ginagawa. Even the US, wala pong solusyon. At nag-aalala na po yung mga lugar na merong spent fuel na hindi po nila masimulan ang decommissioning dahil nandun pa rin po at walang final disposal yung spent fuel. Ito po, hindi nasagot ng ating sponsor. With regards to safety, bukod sa 3 Mile Island, bukod sa Chernobyl, bukod sa Fukushima, these are the major accidents na alam po natin worldwide. Ang dami pong minor accidents and issues on safety ng mga nuclear power plants na ipinasara. Ito po ang hindi sinasabi ng sponsor. Marami po ito na may crack sa dome, may mga leak na hindi mahanap, at tuluyang pinasara itong mga nuclear power plant. Pero hindi po ito pinaliwanag ng ating sponsor at hindi po naging transparent tungkol dito. Kaya kung i-revive po natin yung BNPP na 40 years old na, kapag may leak doon, saan natin hahanapin yon, Mr. Speaker? Itong ang mga plantang pinasara, mga bago lang, 5 years old, 10 years old, pinasara because of safety issues. Ano pa kaya ang 40-year-old nuclear power plant na hindi man lang nagamit ni minsan? And of course, yung respect sa local autonomy. Marahil hindi naging local chief executive ang ating sponsor. Dahil kung naging local chief executive ka, para kang isang ama na pamilya mo yung iyong locality. The buck stops with you. Kaya kapag may nangyari sa locality mo, ikaw ang sisisihin at ikaw ang may responsibilidad. Dito po, ayaw payagan ng sponsor na magkaroon ng consent ang local government unit. Pero kapag nagka-problema katulad ngayon, nakatakot-takot ang baha sa ating sambayanan, kita nyo po ang hirap ng mga mayor, ang hirap ng mga kapitan, ang hirap ng mga governor. Ngayon po, without their consent, papasok ang isang nuclear power plant. Kapag nagka-problema, sino ang kawawa? Mas kawawa po yung nandun sa ground zero at yung ama na yung governor, governor, mayor, at yung kapitan. Ito po ayaw payagan ng ating sponsor. Ito po yung maganda, Mr. Speaker, yung economic feasibility. Palagi pong sinasabi ng ating sponsor na pinakamura ang nuclear energy. Ako po, tumatayo dito sa harapan ninyong lahat, sasabihin ko po na 500 to 1,000% more expensive ang nuclear energy compared to the other power plants. Alam niyo po ba kung bakit? If you look at the whole life cycle of a nuclear power plant, ito po ang hindi sinasabi ng ating sponsor. If you look at the whole life cycle, construction, napakalaki. Operation, hindi masyadong mahal. Maintenance and disposal of spent fuel, napakalaking gastos. At yung decommissioning ng planta, parang 5 beses nyo pong pinagawa ang isang power plant. Ngayon, sino magbabayad nun? E di yung consumer at yung taxpayer. Kaya, hindi po tayo magtataka hanggang ngayon, bakit walang serious proposal for a nuclear power plant sa ating bayan? Because mas mahal talaga siya. Kaya ang itinutulak ng ating Pangulo, President BBM, ay yung small modular reactors na pwede po dun sa mga off-grid area. Dun po, very feasible po yun. Sa mga off-grid na hindi konektado sa ating NGCP at pwede po siya mag-operate independently dahil mga halos blackout areas yung mga yon. Pero yung traditional power plant, napakamahal po. At binanggit po ng ating sponsor yung Vogtel 3 and 4, nung nag-interpolate ang isa nating kasamahan. Sinerge ko po, Mr. Speaker, alam niyo po kung magkano inabot ang Vogtel 3 and 4 na hindi naman po sinabi ng ating sponsor. A whopping $34 billion. Sino po ang magbabayad nun, Mr. Speaker? $34 billion, and this Vogtel 3 and 4 sa US, first power plant in 30 years na which has the latest design, umabot po ng $34 billion. So, paano magiging 1 peso plus yung per kilowatt hour kung umabot ng $34 billion yung Vogtel 3 and 4? At marami pa pong iba. And finally po, sinabi po ng mga una nagtanong, nandito na po ang renewables. Wind, solar, hydro, matagal na pong nandito. Pero ang sinasabi po ng ating sponsor, paano kung tahimik ang gabi at walang araw at walang hangin, so walang kuryente? Pero ang hindi po sinasabi ng ating sponsor ay meron na pong battery storage. In fact, ang ating Pangulo may inaugurate na grid-scale battery storage sa Limay, Bataan. Nandito na po sila. And the technology is really moving very fast. Tingnan na lang natin yung ating cellphone na dati charge tayo ng charge. Ngayon, buong araw na po, tumatagal pa ng ilang araw. Yung mga electric vehicle, nagsimula sa 150 kilometers ang range. Ngayon po, halos aabot na po ng 1,000 kilometers ang range ng electric vehicle. Ganon din po sa baterya. Kaya kahit tahimik ang gabi, kahit walang araw at walang hangin, with the battery, pwede pong magkakuryente. At in fact, meron na pong mga offer sa ating mga electric cooperative, pati sa Meralco, ng solar and wind with battery na napakamura. Just recently, nabasa po natin siguro sa balita, ang DOE ang nag-auction ng renewable energy at alam niyo po ba kung magkano ang solar? Umaabot po ng 3 piso lamang, Mr. Speaker. So, ito po sana yung mga bagay na nabigyan ng linaw, kung sana nakipag-engage lang into meaningful discussion and debate yung ating sponsor. Pero dahil hindi po nangyari yon, hindi po nalinawan ng mga bagay na ito, at siguro dahil doon, yung ating mga kababayan, hindi pa rin magkakaroon ng kumpiyansa sa nuclear power plant. Sayang ang oportunidad at ito po sana ang aking gustong itanong. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Majority, and Congressman Lagman for allowing me to manifest these issues. Thank you very much po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor.
The gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, is
Mr. Speaker.
recognized to proceed with his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I be recognized, the sponsor here?
The Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Mark Huangco, Chairperson of the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, is recognized.
Since the Honorable Abet Garcia had already used up his time to ask questions and made a very long-winded manifestation, I feel it is unfair for the bill and the topic that some of what he said will not be responded to. I am amazed at the misdirection and misinformation that the good gentleman has said here today. Paulit-ulit po ang parehong tanong mula sa pag-umpisa ng paglitis ng bill na ito sa aming committee. Paulit-ulit po ang sagot ng mga resource persons, ng chairman, at lahat po ng may resources ng impormasyon para masagot po siya. Alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, I can explain, but I cannot understand it for him. So, kung hindi niya po magets, hindi ko na po responsibilidad yon. Ang Vogel po talagang overpriced. Ang parehong planta na kinonstruct sa China na Westinghouse din, parehong modelo, 1/3 po ang presyo. Kaya wag niya pong gamitin ang ehemplo ng Georgia, USA, dahil ang Amerikano po sa tagal ng hindi nakapag-practice na gumawa ng nuclear plant ay out of practice. Ganon din po ang France. So ngayon, nagbabago na ang isip ng Amerikano at ng Pranses, kaya nag-uumpisa ulit silang gumawa ng mga bagong nuclear plant. Pagdating naman sa baterya, ang 20 oras lang worth ng baterya ay doble na sa halaga ng katumbas na nuclear power plant. Sapat po yung 20 oras, 20 oras para sa isang araw ng perfectly cloudless day na ma-store ang energy para sa 24 oras. Wala pa dun po ang overbuild ng solar panel na pangangailangan. Doble na po yon sa puhunan ng nuclear power plant. Paano po kung umuulan? Paano po kung monsoon season o di multiples of 20 hours po ang ating kailangan? Kaya hanggang ngayon, wala pang grid scale battery system na sumasagot na ang isang lugar ay nagiging 100% solar. Ipakita niya sa ating lahat kung nasaan na po yung ganong klaseng sistema kahit saan sa buong mundong ito. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, maybe there will be another chance to debate with him, but not at this time because he has exhausted all his time And there is a good gentleman that is waiting to ask questions. I am ready to answer, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
We take note of the manifestation of the chairperson as well as the earlier manifestation of the Honorable Garcia. We now proceed and go back to the period of sponsorship and debate. The gentleman from Albay, Honorable Ed Seligman, is now recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the start, let me congratulate the distinguished sponsor for his enduring advocacy on tapping the utilization of nuclear power as a mix in our electricity requirement. In life, Mr. Speaker, we must have all advocacies, provided the advocacy is anchored on steadfast conviction and empirical verities. Let me also reiterate my previous statement yesterday that I welcome sourcing our electricity needs from nuclear power as an alternative source. And I also welcome the creation of the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. But I have certain issues and concerns which I hope can be addressed by the distinguished sponsor. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, may I ask whether the distinguished sponsor would yield?
With pleasure, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor, when was nuclear energy commercialized as an alternative source of generating electricity?
The beginnings po were the first projects of then Admiral, I forget his name, but he developed the American nuclear program for submarines and aircraft carrier engines. Hyman Rickover po ang kanyang pangalan. And when asked by President Eisenhower to develop nuclear power for civilian use, he took one of the designs of his submarine reactor called a pressurized water reactor and built a trial unit at Shippingport. I think it's Pennsylvania. I'm not sure po what state it is. And that was the first civilian reactor designed to make power. And then the Americans instituted the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. And doon po linaunch din ni President Eisenhower ang kanyang Atoms for Peace program. Doon po nanggaling ang ating reactor dito sa PNRI sa Quezon City. Doon po sa grant ng US government. So I would say that the first commercial reactors really came online in the late 50s, early 60s, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, it was in Shippingport, Pennsylvania,
that's right,
in the United States in 1957. Would the distinguished sponsor confirm that?
Yes, that's what I said. Late 50s, early 60s.
And that was 66 years ago. Is this correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The United Nations, Mr. Speaker, recognizes the membership of 193 countries worldwide. Of these 193 countries, how many are using nuclear power as an alternative source of their electricity generation and requirement?
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's close to 40. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but there are quite a few number of countries that are aspiring to enter the nuclear club as far as commercial nuclear power is concerned. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, my record would show that 33 countries have nuclear power plants from which they generate electricity. And this would constitute 17% of the 193 countries. Is that a correct statement, Mr.
From
Speaker?
your numbers, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, that would be a correct statement.
Of the 33 countries using nuclear power for generating electricity, how many principally, I would underscore principally, use nuclear energy for their electricity requirement?
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Of the 33 countries using nuclear power for generating electricity, how many of these countries principally principally use nuclear energy for their electricity requirement?
If you will say, if you will define principally as over 50% of their generating capacity, then I would say maybe only one. That would be France at 75% of capacity. However, if you consider that, if you consider a place like Ontario, Canada, which is a state, then it would be more than just one. I think Slovenia, with only 2 million people, could also count nuclear. They have the sister plant of, a twin plant of PNPP-1 in Slovenia. So maybe you would include them, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, my records would show that the gentleman is correct. Of the top 10 countries availing of nuclear power as a source of their electricity requirements, only France produces 2/3 of its electricity from nuclear sources. Only one of the 33 countries and only one out of the 193 countries worldwide recognized by the United Nations. My question now is with respect to the United States. The United States is the #1 country using nuclear power as the source of their electricity requirement. May we know from the distinguished sponsor what percentage of the generated electricity in the United States comes from nuclear energy?
My recollection is around 20% of total generated electricity in the United States comes from nuclear power. However, around 50% of the clean energy in the United States also comes from nuclear power. It used to be 60%, but solar and wind have made inroads, and so that has been eroded to 50% of clean energy, but 20% of total energy, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct. It's only 20%. But since 2016, the United States has been relying more on coal and gas for power production. Now, my next question is, what then is the energy mix in the U.S. with respect to its electricity requirement?
I'm not, those numbers are not at my fingertips, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, but I would like to say that the first anti-nuclear era, which was the 70s and the 80s, where all the anti-nuclear people were promising that they would use less energy when they became rich, when they became businessmen and working people and they had money, they did not save energy. They started consuming more energy. And that drove the U.S. government, the U.S. electric industry to build a hell of a lot of coal plants. And some of those people who had objected to nuclear power now regret their successful opposition to nuclear power because they now feel that they are a big part of the cause of global warming and climate change. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Spain is the 10th country in the world in the availment of nuclear power. What is the percentage of its electricity requirement which is generated from nuclear energy?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I've seen those numbers, but I cannot recall them off the top of my head. However, they have been copycat to Germany to be anti-nuclear, but recently, in the most recent election, the candidate who won campaigned on the platform of bringing nuclear back into Spain in a big way, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, my records would show that currently 22% of Spain's electricity would be coming from nuclear energy, only 22%. Would the distinguished gentleman know what is the energy mix in Spain?
I have no idea, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, but they have been building, they have had a huge program to subsidize wind and solar in Spain. So I would figure that a big portion of their energy mix is wind and solar, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor why there are only 33 countries in the world using nuclear power, despite the assertion that nuclear energy is a cheap and clean source of electricity?
The biggest reason, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is social license and fear caused by spreaders of fear, uncertainty, and doubt for almost 3 decades. These forces, these political forces, have triumphed in scaring the people, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. But nowadays, because of the threat of climate change and global warming, people have started looking at the numbers, looking at the safety, looking at the real dangers of radiation and putting it into proper context. And so a whole lot of countries are recently turning the corner and trying to build back their nuclear capacity. So there is, in a way, a renaissance going on about nuclear power in the world today, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I would like to add that of the OECD countries, only one country does not have nuclear, and that would be Australia. Because in 1999, without a quorum, nasingit po ang isang anti-nuclear clause sa environmental rules nila at naban po na ma-approve ng kahit sinong ministro doon sa Australia ang nuclear power. Today, the Australian society is in a big conversation and debate on whether Australia should go back to nuclear power. So the discussion is also going on in Australia, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may we be informed whether the reason for the dearth of countries utilizing nuclear power because of the fear is empirically documented, or that is only the opinion of the distinguished sponsor?
It is documented, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that nuclear is the safest energy ever invented by humankind.
And that is not my question. My question, Mr. Speaker, is whether there is empirical documentation that the absence of countries using nuclear power is due to the fear of nuclear energy.
Yes, that could be said, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, because polling data of previous years would show that. But polling data of today contradicts that. So you can look at just 5 years, 10 years ago, and you can look at today, and the survey data are totally different. No? Majority of U.S. now accepts nuclear. California turned around. The traditional anti-nuclear Democratic Party in California voted overwhelmingly to extend the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, and they are really discussing whether California should build new nuclear power plants. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I hope my questions, Mr. Speaker, are very precise and brief. I hope the distinguished sponsor will not indulge in editorializing his answers. Mr. Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor why, out of the 33 countries using nuclear power, only France principally avail of nuclear energy as the source of its electricity generation?
Because in 1973, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there was the first Arab oil crisis, and they suffered a lot at that time. Their power plants were driven by bunker fuel C, diesel, and they swore that they would become fossil fuel independent. And so a leader in France called Meissner said it's time for us to adopt nuclear power. That's why there was a concerted and a long-range government program to build out their nuclear power plants. So within 10 years to 15 years, they had become fossil fuel independent because of for electricity, because of nuclear power. And they became clean accidentally, not intentionally, because of their drive for fossil fuel independence. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
It's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the response is not responsive to my question. My question is, why is it that only France principally would avail of nuclear power as the source of its electricity requirement or generation? That question
I
was
think
not
the
answered.
question mischaracterizes the situation at the time, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
This is the current time. We are talking about the present.
Yes, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to answer you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So France said, even if there's anti-nuclear sentiment, we're gonna do it anyway. The rest of the world adopted the attitude that we'll follow the politics. So the commitment was not there. And then the fuel prices eventually dropped in 1986. They collapsed. OPEC almost. So we enjoyed decades of very cheap fossil fuels. But fossil fuels are only cheap until they become expensive. And when countries become rich, they all try to compete for this very limited and finite resource. Like now, we saw it when Russia attacked Ukraine and the West embargoed Russian natural gas and coal, and the price skyrocketed. So there are consequences to our actions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I really regret, Mr. Speaker, that my question has not been directly answered. Now let me go to my next question. Mr. Speaker, the distinguished sponsor will agree that any proposal relative to nuclear power, like the creation of Philippine Automatic Energy Regulatory Board, will inevitably raise the issue on the possibility of rehabilitating and commissioning the mothballed Bataan nuclear power plant. Is this correct?
That's a distinct possibility, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. But it is not mandated in this bill. It is not even mentioned in this bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In the event the government undertakes the rehabilitation and operation of the Bataan nuclear power plant, this enterprise will be under the jurisdiction of the Philippine Automatic Energy Regulatory Board. Is this correct?
EPIRA law bans our government from investing a single peso in new generating capacity, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So no, it will not be the government that would do that, that would seek to operate Bataan nuclear power plant. It would be the private sector, maybe a joint venture with foreign suppliers, vendors. That is the only possibility under our current legal regime, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, granting that the rehabilitation and subsequent operation of the Bataan nuclear power plant will be undertaken by the private sector, is it not true that under the bill under consideration, this enterprise, despite being private, will be under the jurisdiction of the Philippine Automatic Energy Regulatory Board?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, all technology that has ionizing radiation falls under the purview of the PhilAtom,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In other words, any rehabilitation and operation of the Bataan nuclear power plant, either by government or by private sector, will be under the jurisdiction of the Philippine
Atomic
Energy Regulatory Board. Is that correct?
Regulatory authority, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Yes, you are correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Speaker, what is the personal position of the distinguished sponsor on the rehabilitation and commissioning of the Bataan nuclear power plant.
As this representation has elucidated on many times during the committee meetings, Bataan nuclear power plant is 100% complete, is extremely well built. It has 3 identical siblings which are running in the world today, which are award winners for uptime and reliability. It was initiated 6 years after the initiation of the Watts Bar 2 nuclear power plant in Tennessee, which is not as modern in technology. That plant was only 60% complete. In 2009, they decided to complete that plant, and in 2016, it was commissioned and given a 40-year operating license by the US NRC. It is entitled to 2 20-year extensions for a total operating lifetime of 80 years. A nuclear plant is a brand new nuclear plant on the day of its commissioning, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In other words, the position of the distinguished sponsor is he is unequivocally endorsing the rehabilitation and commissioning of the commercial operation of the mothballed Bataan nuclear power plant.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, having gotten that categorical answer, may I be permitted to suspend my interpellation for the time being, because I have to rest my limbs, considering that I have stood up here for about 30 minutes already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8218.
There is a motion to suspend consideration of House Bill 8218. Is there any objection? Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Chairman, Mark Juanco.
may I just make a manifestation? I would just like to manifest that the schedule for the Honorable Lagman to speak was at 5:30. He arrived at past 6. We waited for him. The majority asked me if we would proceed without him, but I said that it would be better to hear his questions. So I'd just like to put that on the record that we have tried our best to accommodate the Honorable Edsa Lagman. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Juanco. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8452 as contained in the Committee Report 647 submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, copies of which have been distributed to the members. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8452.
House Bill 8452, an act regulating the registration, licensure, and practice of physical therapy, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 8452. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, the Honorable Representative Christine Alexi Tutor from the 3rd District of Bohol, to sponsor the measure.
The chairperson of the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, the Honorable Representative Christine Alexis Tutor from the 3rd District of Bohol, my paisana, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 8452.
Good evening. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, today I rise to sponsor and seek your support for the passage of House Bill number 8452 under Committee Report number 647, which seeks to promote the development of globally competitive, highly motivated, and well-trained Filipino physical therapists by instituting standards for the practice of profession, including those for licensure, registration, and continuing education. May I manifest, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, that my explanatory note on House Bill number 2045 be my sponsorship speech. However, I would just like to add some remarks that could help us decide for the immediate consideration of the said measure. The physical and occupational therapy were previously governed by one law, which is the Republic Act number 5680, otherwise known as the Philippine Physical and Occupational Law. Although these are two different professions and has two different professional associations. In 2018, a new occupational therapy had been enacted into law, and this is the Republic Act number 11241, otherwise known as the Philippine Occupational Law. And it is just proper that the law on physical therapy should also be enacted. The said proposed measure had gone a lot of consultations with other allied professions and deliberated extensively by the committee. This legislative measure already passed by the House last Congress and transmitted to the Senate. Therefore, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, may I earnestly sought for the approval of the measure. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, There being no individual amendments nor committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8452.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8452. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8452 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8463 as contained in Committee Report number 655, submitted by the Committee on Disaster Resilience. Mr. Speaker, copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8463.
House Bill number 8463, an act providing for the establishment and construction of a disaster food bank and stockpile in every province and highly urbanized city in the Philippines, providing for their maintenance and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Dinagat Islands, the Honorable Alan Ecleo, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The Chairperson of the Committee on Disaster Resilience, the Honorable Representative Alan Ecleo from the Lone District of Dinagat Island, is recognized to begin his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, to the Chairperson of the Committee on Rules, and our Majority Leader, Honorable Manix Delipe, good afternoon. This representation is honored to present for your consideration the landmark bill, House Bill 8463, establishing disaster food banks and stockpile in every province and highly urbanized city in the Philippines. It is consolidated with the House bills establishing a national emergency stockpile, authored by Honorable Michael M. Morden and Representative Howard Ginto. No province or city is safe from the destruction and devastation brought by weather-related events, especially in the context of our changing climate. Thus, we need to empower each LGU to be able to provide adequate food and emergency supplies immediately upon the need arises. We need to provide strategic access to emergency supplies that can be immediately and efficiently dispensed. With this measure, we will mandate the establishment in every province and highly urbanized city a central repository and supply reserve of food, water, medicines, vaccines, antidotes, and other critical medical supplies in every municipality and city in the Philippines. It shall also be the repository for our essential goods such as, but not limited to, portable power source, first aid kit, portable light source, clothing, tents, and communication devices. With this august body support for this bill, we will be able to ensure the immediate provision of necessary goods and food in times of calamity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wished to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8463.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 8463. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8463 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Chairman. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that you open consideration of House Bill number 8586 under Committee Report number 693, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8586.
House Bill 8586, an act providing stronger measures for the conservation and protection of wildlife resources and their habitats, and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose of Public Act number 9147, or the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Marilyn Primicias Agabas to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Marlene Primicias Agabas is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 8586.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of the Committee on Natural Resources and our chairperson, Representative Elpidio Barsaga Jr., it is my honor to sponsor House Bill numbered 8586, entitled An Act Providing Stronger Measures for the Conservation and Protection of Wildlife Resources and their habitats and appropriating funds, therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9147, or the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act. This measure seeks to repeal Republic Act number 9147, or the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act, as it recognizes the necessity and urgency of protecting wildlife and addressing wildlife trade. These issues came to fore as the world grappled with the COVID-19 pandemic, which was of zoonotic origin. The bill also encompasses the measures providing protection for sharks, rays, chimeras, and marine mammals. In addition, this bill provides stiffer penalties for illegal acts against wildlife and addresses transnational organized crime of wildlife trade and trafficking. It regulates the collection, possession, use, and trade of wildlife byproducts, and derivatives. This proposal reinforces our commitment to international conventions, treaties, and agreements on the protection of wildlife and their habitats, and on the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits on the lawful utilization of wildlife byproducts and derivatives. At this point, may I request that the explanatory note of the measure be considered as the sponsorship speech. With that, I earnestly urge the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wish to interpolate, I now move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Chair is none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I now move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading on House Bill number 8586 under Committee Report number 693.
There is a motion to vote on second reading, House Bill number 8586. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8586 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution 1100 as contained in Committee Report 689, submitted by the Committee on Nuclear Energy. For this purpose, may I request as the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said House Resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8218. Sorry. Number.
House Bill 1100, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Resolution 1100. Mea culpa.
House Resolution 1100, resolution urging the Department of Energy to create a Nuclear Energy Division Office with plantilla positions of not less than 10 personnel that shall formulate and implement plans and programs to advance the utilization of nuclear energy in the country.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairperson of the Committee on Nuclear Energy, the Honorable Representative Mark O. Cojuangco, to accept the amendments. My apologies. I withdraw my motion, Mr. Speaker. Before that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed and open the period of one more. Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments for House Resolution 1100. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I now move that we recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Nuclear Energy, the Honorable Representative Mark O. Cojuangco, to accept amendments.
The Honorable Chairperson of the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, the Honorable Representative Mark Cojuangco, is now recognized for the amendments.
I'm ready to hear the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed.
Ma'am, I'm ready to hear the amendments. I think the Honorable Dagook.
Yes, please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to clarify my motion. Before we proceed with entertaining individual amendments, we have to first consider committee amendments, if any. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed with the consideration of individual amendments.
Considering that there is no committee amendment, the individual amendment is now open. And Majority Leader, we will now recognize.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Sergio Dagook for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is hereby recognized for his individual amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the distinguished sponsor accept some individual amendments from this representation?
Please propose them, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, on page 1, on the title, after the word create, delete the phrase a Nuclear Energy Division Office, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase an Office of Nuclear Energy. And letter B, Mr. Speaker, is still on the title, between the word shall and formulate, insert the word promote. Hence, the title now reads as follows: Resolution urging the Department of Energy to create an Office of Nuclear Energy with plantilla positions of not less than 10 personnel that shall promote, formulate, and implement plans and programs to advance the utilization of nuclear energy. Mr. Speaker.
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
The amendment is hereby accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Another amendment, Mr. Speaker, on page 3, first paragraph, on the resolution by the House, after the word create, delete the phrase Nuclear Energy Division Office, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase an Office of Nuclear Energy.
What does the sponsor say on the proposed
I
amendment?
accept, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader, what is the House decision?
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
Since there is no objection, the amendment is hereby accepted.
Additional amendment, Mr. Speaker, still on page 3, first paragraph, between the word shall and formulate, insert the word promote. Hence, page 3, first paragraph on the resolution by the House now reads as follows. Resolved by the House of Representatives to urge the Department of Energy to create an Office of Nuclear Energy that shall promote, formulate, and implement plans and programs to advance the utilization of nuclear energy.
What does the sponsor say on the
I
proposal?
accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
since there is no objection, motion is approved. The Honorable Dago.
Still on page 3, additional amendment, Mr. Speaker, after the first paragraph and before the final resolution, insert the following two paragraphs. First, resolve further that the created office shall be called the Office of Nuclear Energy, and resolve furthermore that the said Office of Nuclear Energy be headed by a person of undersecretary rank, whose sole function shall concern nuclear energy exclusively.
What is the pleasure of the sponsoring committee?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
since there is no objection, the amendment is hereby carried.
That's all, Mr. Speaker, for my proposed individual amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, may I make a manifestation? I have learned that the Honorable Edsel Lagman has recently undergone knee replacement surgery and cannot stand for long. So I completely understand his inability to continue standing and questioning for extended periods. I just want to put that on the record, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to him for coming here and asking questions.
We
Thank
take
you,
note
Mr.
of
Speaker.
your manifestation. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendment.
there's a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1100 as contained in Committee Report 689 as amended.
there is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1100 as amended. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1100 as amended is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader, congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering that copies of Journal Number 5 dated August 1, 2023 were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading of the same. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the aforementioned journal. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr.
reading of
Speaker,
the
I
said
move that
journal
we approve Journal Number 5 dated August 1, 2023, subject to the following corrections as relayed by the Secretariat. On page 2, the roll call result should be 217 instead of 208. Revise the appendix by changing the number of asterisks before the name Olaso to 2 instead of 4, and the number of asterisks before the name Tambunting should be 3 instead of 4. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve Journal Number 5, dated August 1, 2023, subject to the aforementioned corrections. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Journal Number 5 is hereby approved as corrected. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House resolutions, resolution numbers 490 and 611 as contained in Committee Report 638. For this purpose, Mr. Speaker, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Resolution numbers 490 and 611.
House Resolutions 490 and 611. Report. A resolution directing the Congressional Oversight Committee or House Committee on Ways and Means to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the imposition of value-added tax on importation and local purchases of goods and services by registered business enterprises in special economic zones, thereby rendering the cross-border doctrine ineffectual and inoperative, which is inconsistent with the CREATE law and existing laws which recognizes free port zones as separate customs territories. A resolution directing the House Committee on Ways and Means to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the imposition of value-added tax on importations and local purchases of goods and services directly and exclusively used in the registered project or activity of domestic market enterprises in special economic zones.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the findings and recommendations as contained in the said committee report.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolutions 490 and 611. Let me repeat. There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report of House Resolution 490 and 611. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Resolution number 618 from the Committee on Agrarian Reform to the Committees on Cooperatives Development and Agrarian Reform, and House Resolution number 1156 from the Committee on Public Accounts to the Committee on Muslim Affairs. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion for change of referral of House resolutions as stated. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the creation of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System, I move for the change of referral of House Bill number 4084, establishing a sustainable retirement and pension system by amending pertinent laws on the retirement benefits and pension of the uniformed personnel, from the Committees on National Defense and Security and Public Safety and Order to the Ad Hoc Committee on the Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion for change of referral of House Bill 4084 from the previous Committee on National Defense and Security, Public Order Safety to the Ad Hoc Committee on the Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion for a change of referral is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until tomorrow, August 9, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Session is suspended until tomorrow, August 9 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. Wala nang...
Ginawa ko dapat doon, ikaw nagpapadalo.